Good afternoon. Welcome to the continued meeting of the San Francisco Ethics Commission relating to the official misconduct proceedings against Ross Mirkarimi. We'll begin by taking the roll. Commissioner Studley.
Here.
Commissioner Liu.
Here.
Commissioner Hayon.
Here.
Commissioner Rennie.
Here.
All commissioners being present. When we last left off yesterday evening, we were hearing the testimony of Eliana Lopez with the examination conducted by Mr. Keith. Our plan is to proceed with that examination. Can the staff please bring Ms. Lopez and her attorney into the hearing room? While that's happening, just a reminder, any disruptions, we're going to have to ask the sheriff to remove anybody who makes noises that are inappropriate. Any disruption, we're going to have to, I'm asking him now to please remove somebody even without direction from me. We're trying to pay attention to the testimony. You're free to do whatever you deem necessary in light of what we're trying to accomplish here. And we thank the public for your cooperation in that. Obviously, the testimony is sensitive, and we're really trying to pay close attention. So thanks in advance for your cooperation. I will ask the attorneys the same question I asked yesterday evening, whether there are additional seats that you had reserved that you're no longer using. If that's the case, please let the sheriff know, and we can allow a few more people in. If you're still waiting for others, we understand you need to reserve your seats.
I think we only need a total of 5. So if there's still 10 reserved, we can release 5.
Okay. So I guess you can release 5 seats.
Absolutely. There you go.
Here, Justin.
Ms. Lopez, let me remind you that you are still under oath. Do you understand that?
I understand.
And same for the interpreter. You understand you are still under oath?
Yes, I understand.
Thank you. Mr. Keith, please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Lopez.
Good evening.
Have you communicated with your husband's attorneys, Mr. Kopp or Mr. Wagner, at any time before tonight?
I just give him a little bag and I say hello, and I bring a present for him from Venezuela.
Okay.
Because I think they are doing a great job, both of you. I have one for you too.
Have you had any conversations with them about the events of December 31st or anything that happened after that with regard to the police investigation of that incident?
No.
Okay. Did you share a draft of your declaration with your husband's attorneys?
No.
Okay. And you recall being directed by the chair of the commission not to discuss your testimony with anyone after leaving the witness chair last night?
Yes.
Have you discussed your testimony with anyone since leaving the witness chair last night?
No.
Ms. Lopez, last night when we left off, I had asked you about whether you'd made a statement to your husband on December 31st along the lines of, please stop, look at what you're doing to our son. Do you know what this is going to do to him? Please stop for our son. And then you mentioned that that the first time that you told your husband to stop was in the minivan. Do you recall that testimony?
La primera vez que le dijo en el minivan, ¿recuerda ese testigo?
See? Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. What was your husband doing to you in the family minivan that led you to tell him to stop?
Estaba su esposo haciendo en el minivan, lo cual causó.
He grabbed my arm.
How long did he hold on to your arm?
He grabbed my arm and I said, stop. Was 1 second.
Okay.
How much you can take the time. Stop.
Okay, I think the record should reflect that the witness moved her right arm suddenly across her torso.
The record should so reflect.
Were you a danger to your son at the time that your husband grabbed your arm?
¿Era usted un peligro para su hijo en el momento que su esposo le agarró el brazo?
Si era yo un peligro.
Whether I was a danger?
Yes.
No.
Do you think that your husband needed to defend your son from you?
I don't think so.
You got an injury from your husband on December 31st?
I got a bruise.
Okay. Is that an injury?
I'm not a doctor.
Okay.
I can say I got a bruise.
Okay, but you don't know whether that's an injury?
Objection
I
of
don't know.
relevance.
Okay.
Answers in.
Now, there was a second time on the 31st that you told your husband to stop that you mentioned last night. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you the second time you told your husband to stop on December 31st?
In the kitchen of my house.
And at that point, did you say to your husband something along the lines of, please stop, look at what you're doing to our son. Do you know what this is going to do to him? Please stop for our son.
In the kitchen, he was apologizing, and I didn't want to talk with him. So I said, stop, do not talk to me. And at that point was around 1 p.m. Theo was hungry. Theo was sleepy. I was hungry. I was angry because I have to cook and make the lunch late at 1 when it's already nap time. And he was trying to apologize. So I just say, stop, let me cook and make the things I have to do and deal with Theo.
On December 31st, did you tell your husband, look at what you're doing to our son?
No.
Okay. Did you tell your husband, do you know what this is going to do to him?
Le dijo usted a su esposo en tres separados. Do you know what this is going to do?
No.
Did you tell your husband, please stop for our son?
No.
Okay. Now, why were you concerned? Actually, let me step back for a minute. Were you at all concerned about the effect of your husband's behavior on December 31st on your son?
I do not like to fight in front of my son. So I was trying to avoid anything. And of course, I was so angry, he grabbed my arm in front of my son.
Why did that concern you?
Not only that, the profanity, I think, was worst for me.
Okay. Why did the profanity concern you with regard to your son?
Because it's not right to say that kind of things in front of my son.
Are you concerned?
I don't say any bad word in front of him.
Are you concerned about the effects of that kind of behavior on your son?
Yes.
And were you concerned about a negative effect on your son of your husband using force on you in the presence of your son?
Absolutely, that is wrong.
were you concerned about your son growing up in an abusive environment?
Objection, relevant.
Counsel, what is it going to?
This is going to the witness's state of mind and what her state of mind was on the 31st with regard to the situation with her husband. It's part of our claim that the witness had an awareness that she was being abused and that after the communications that we've been going over the past couple of nights, that changed.
Okay, we'll allow this question. Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
You were concerned about your son growing up in an abusive environment.
I think an abusive environment is when that kind of things happen every day or every week.
Okay.
I will never let my son had that kind of experience. But of course, if that happened one time, it's an llamada de alerta
It's a warning signal.
that you have to pay attention, and it's why I was mad of him.
Okay. Did you tell Callie Williams that you were concerned about your son growing up in an abusive environment?
I think to Callie Williams, you said?
Yes.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Did you tell Callie Williams that you were concerned about your son growing up in an abusive environment?
Yes.
And when you said that to Callie Williams, were you referring to your own home?
She was telling me about her father, who was an abuser of her mother and hurt her mother. And she described like a horrible domestic violence, and that affected her. She was telling me her own experience. And I said, of course, I do not want my son growing up in that kind of environment. But she was talking about her own experience because I think she grew up in a domestic violence house. And her father, she described that her father...
Ms. Lopez,
I'm sorry.
I'm going to stop you right
I'm
there.
sorry.
I think you're starting to become non-responsive to the question, and I don't think we need to go into the details of that. So I think you have your answer. Let's move on.
And when you told your husband to stop in the kitchen, what happened after that?
He moved to another room.
Okay. How soon after he came into the house did you tell him to stop? Oh, how soon after your husband came into the house did you tell him stop?
De pronto, después de que su esposo entró en la casa, fue que usted le dijo, stop.
Immediately,
Okay.
he came inside and he said, you don't talk to me, stop.
Did you continue to argue with your husband inside your home?
No, I just said that.
Okay. Didn't you tell Callie Williams that the argument with your husband continued inside your home?
No.
Okay. Didn't you tell Ivory Madison that the fight with your husband continued inside your home?
No.
Okay. You never
I told them exactly what the scene I already told you right now.
Okay. So, did your husband push and pull and grab you inside your home?
Never.
Okay. Didn't you tell Ms. Madison and Ms. Williams that your husband continued to physically abuse you in your home?
No.
Ms. Lopez, your testimony is that you never ran out of the house screaming on December 31st?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after the fight with your husband on December 31st, did you send a text message to Abe Mertens?
December 31st?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And that message said, hello, where are you guys?
Yes.
How long after the fight with your husband ended did you send that message to Mr. Mertens?
I think that was around 1 when I started to make Theo's lunch, and I was hungry, and then we ate, Theo and me, because I didn't want to cook for Ross. And then we finished, and I tried to put him down, and he didn't want because we passed all the schedule. And then I took him to Alamo Square Park. And when I was walking up the park, I text them because I was alone with Theo, so maybe they can bring Grace to play in the Alamo Square Park. And I think that was around 2 or 3, because I was in the park until maybe 4 p.m.
Ms. Lopez, I asked you how long after the fight ended that you texted Mr. Mertens, and I think...
And I am telling you the things I was doing, so I was not checking exactly. Maybe you have the record.
So you don't know how long after the fight ended?
No, we drive to have lunch, we came back, and then I make lunch, I feed him, maybe he went to the bathroom, and I tried to put him down. Maybe that took 1 hour and a half.
So it was an hour to an hour and a half after the fight ended that you texted Mr. Mertens?
Yes, when we were walking to Alamo Square Park.
Now, on January 1st...
This is yours? Ah, okay. Sorry.
On January 1st, you went over to Ivory Madison's home?
January 1st?
Yes.
Yes.
And you told Ivory Madison what your husband did on December 31st?
Yes.
Did you tell Ivory Madison the truth about what happened on December 31st?
Yes.
Okay. Had your husband ever been physically violent with you earlier in 2011, before December 31st?
No, this is the first time.
Okay. Now, you told Ivory Madison that your husband's violent act toward you on December 31st was the second time he was physically violent toward you in 2011, didn't you?
Objection. That misstates the testimony and the evidence in the case.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear the objection.
Objection. That misstates the testimony and the evidence in the case.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
You told Ivory Madison that your husband's violent act on December 31st, 2011 was the second time he was physically violent toward you in 2011.
No.
You told Callie Williams that your husband's violent act toward you on December 31st was the second time he was physically violent toward you in 2011.
No.
And you told Callie Williams the first time he was physically violent with you was in March of 2011.
I was referring to the first time we fight about, and we bring the situation about divorce. I was referring to that.
So is your testimony that you did not tell Callie Williams that that first violent incident was in March 2011?
I didn't say that,
Okay.
yes.
Now, ma'am, you made a video that day at Ivory Madison's home?
Yes.
In the videotape you made that day, you pointed to your bruise and you said, this is the second time this is happening.
Yes.
Okay. Was anything you said in your video untruthful?
No.
Okay. Now, later in the day, you sent Ivory Madison an email on the 1st?
I don't remember.
Okay. So for the commission, I'm going to go to Exhibit 48. And Ms. Lopez, you do have some exhibit binders in front of you that are tabbed. They're rather large. Exhibit 48 is in the larger binder.
My gosh.
You know what, Ms. Lopez,
Okay.
if I can approach the witness.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
So, Ms. Lopez, while the commissioners are getting their binders, I'll ask you to take a look at that email that's Exhibit 48, and then I'll have a couple of questions for you. Does looking at Exhibit 48 refresh your memory about whether you sent an email to Ivory Madison later that day on the 1st?
Yes.
And this is a copy of that email?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you reference in the email, you ask Ivory Madison to send you the information from the therapist.
Mm-hmm.
Had Ivory Madison offered to get some information for you?
Yes.
You also mentioned that there's a line here that says, looks like Ross in doing research too. I assume that means looks like Ross is doing research too. It's just a typo.
Oh, yes.
Okay. What was your husband doing on January 1st with regard to what had happened on December 31st?
At the end of the day, on December 31st, we had a conversation, and I told him this cannot happen. This is wrong. And I was telling him we need therapy, counseling. I was telling him that I was telling him that for the last year, and I think this is an important moment, and you have to realize that we need help. And he said, "You are right." He realized that that was wrong, and he took it very seriously. And he told me, "I'm going to looking for someone," and I say, "I'm going to looking for someone too."
You mentioned that.
And so, I'm sorry. So when I said Ross is doing research too, it's like, I think he was in the computer looking for information. I thought that.
Now, Ms. Lopez, you mentioned that you had been suggesting to your husband for the past year, or I don't want to put words in your mouth, were you asking him for the past year to start therapy with you?
Yes.
Why?
Because when I moved here, the only reason when I moved here was because I met him and I want to have a family with him. And it was very hard for me to leave my hometown, my career. But I want to do it because I decide that in the moment when I decide to have a baby, I want to spend with him at least the first 2 years. So when I came here, for him, the home birth was not even an idea. And I said, I want a home birth because that is the safest and that is the best for our son. So I was very committed to do the best thing for my son. But after 3 years, you want to go back to work. So to work for me is to be an actress. And English is my second language. So be working in San Francisco as an actress, I couldn't find any place. It's not any TV station for work so I was trying to looking for things to do here as an actress, and I didn't really find. So I made a movie in between 2010 and 2011, so I traveled. No, I'm explaining you why I'm looking for therapy. It's not just one word. So I will try to short it. So I want you, let me finish a little bit.
Well, why don't you stop your answer? Mr. Keith, you feel you've gotten the answer you want?
No, I feel like we're a couple of years before the answer.
Well, explain how to get why you need
Mrs.
therapy.
Lopez, I'm sorry, please. Okay, we're going to stop the answer there. Ask another direct question. And if, again, the counsel for the sheriff will have an opportunity to ask you questions as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Lopez, did you, when you had been asking your husband to go to couples therapy for the past year, was that because you thought that there were problems with how your family worked out disputes?
No?
When you decided to start asking your husband to go to therapy, was it because you thought that you had faults that you had to have fixed?
You have what?
Que usted tenía fallas, cosas que usted tenía que...
No.
Okay. When you,
Well, I don't know. Maybe I would discover that doing therapy, but I think I don't.
Ms. Lopez, the question is what led you to want to get therapy and to ask your husband to go into therapy for the past year? And was it something about his behavior that you found troubling that made you want to have your husband go to therapy?
I think he has an irrational fear to lose us each time I have to travel to Venezuela to work. I think how he grew up without his father, and he really had that hurts him, and was around the same age like Theo. His mom took him away. I think he always feels that I'm going to take Theo away from him, and that is the line he told me. You just want to take Theo away from me. No, I'm not your mom, so you have to go to therapy to realize that I will never take Theo away from you.
Did that irrational fear that you saw in your husband lead to negative consequences for your family?
I think he's always scared, and I think that is very sensitive for him to lose Theo. And when that day I just ignored that and give him my back, he reacted in a very negative way, and that was wrong.
Turn my back to him.
I turned my back to him and ignored his fear, and when he was talking to me, and I think it's why he grabbed my arm.
Okay,
And I think that is, well, obviously I'm here because Theo cannot see his father. He is far of his father. Of course, this is a disaster for our family.
Ms. Lopez,
I cannot even touch my
Ms.
husband.
Lopez,
It's a disaster.
I'd
sorry.
like to ask my question.
Well, you asked me if that fear has horrible consequences. Yes, this is a
Ms.
disaster.
Lopez, I asked you if that irrational fear on the part of your husband of losing you and Theo had negative consequences for your family. Did it or did it not?
We are apart. That is horrible.
Okay,
Yes.
was it effect before December 31st, did it have negative consequences for your husband's behavior toward you?
No.
Okay. So your husband's behavior toward you before December 31st was acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay. You had no complaints about his behavior toward you before December 31st?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, were there, in this research that your husband was doing on January 1st about possible resources to go to, were there any names that he suggested to you?
No.
Okay. Now, your husband took you to on a trip to Monterey on January 2nd and 3rd.
Yes.
Okay. And as of January 2nd, did you understand that you were in an abusive relationship with your husband?
I'm sorry.
Can you repeat that question, please?
Ms. Canny, I appreciate that you need to be here, but that's not acceptable. Okay?
The problem is, Your Honor, that Shep was distracted, and
Ms. Canny, I really don't want to hear it. Can we have the question read back, please?
And as of January 2nd, did you understand that you were in an abusive relationship with your husband?
Yeah, that does assume facts on evidence.
It's a question about the witness's understanding. She can
Ask a
answer.
foundational question that's sustained.
Okay. As of January 2nd, did you feel that you were in an abusive relationship with your husband?
El 2 de enero relación abusiva con su esposo?
Of course, no.
As of January 2nd, did you understand that your husband's behavior was a serious problem for you and Theo?
Para el 2 de enero, tenía usted entendido que el comportamiento de su esposo era un problema serio para usted y para Theo.
No.
You and Ivory Madison sent several emails back and forth to each other during that trip to Monterey on January 2nd and 3rd. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'd like to show you Exhibit 50, and I actually have a copy so they don't have to flip to it.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Lopez, Exhibit 50 is a 4-page exhibit. The first page is a response to an email that you wrote, and then the next 3 pages show the full email that Ms. Madison wrote to you.
Yes.
Okay. And so if you look at if you turn past the first page to the second page, you'll see the beginning of a longer email from Ms. Madison to you that's dated Monday, January 2nd, 2012 at 10:59 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you, in fact, received that email from Ms. Madison while you were in Monterey?
Yes.
And you responded to that email?
Yes.
Okay, and the response to that email is the first page of Exhibit 50. You see that? That's an email that you sent January 2nd, 2012 at 11:18 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what's the first line of the email that you wrote to Ivory Madison?
I am agree with everything.
Okay. And by that you meant you agreed with everything that she wrote to you?
Do you want to explain what I mean with that?
Okay. Well, you wrote, "I am agree with everything." Do you mean
Yes.
you agree? Did
In
you mean
her
it on
email, she
Ms.
said.
Lopez, I haven't finished my question.
Uh,
As of January 2nd, when you wrote this, did you agree with everything that she wrote to you?
She said in her email, you have to call, I don't remember in which line it is, but I know that she said that you have to call the police to just say Theo had run into, I think she took the running outside from this email. Just take Theo and run into a neighbor's house or down the street and look yourself in the car or in the same room with him, even if he is calmed down, wherever is needed. Every time there is an incident.
Ms.
That
Lopez,
well, no,
you may have
it-
misunderstood my question. I only asked you if when you wrote this on January 2nd,
No,
you
I
were saying
said-
that you agreed with everything.
I was agree, if that happened, I agree I have to call the police. That was that I wrote. I am agree with everything. Of course, if this happened, I have to call the police.
Okay.
That means
Now-
I am agree with everything.
Okay. Now in this email that you wrote back to Ivory Madison on January 2nd, did you tell her to stop contacting people to look for help for you?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I thought she was not using my name. She told me everything was confidential.
Okay. Now, you were aware that as of January 2nd, you were aware that the situation with your husband was serious?
Objection,
Jan-
that's vague.
Ms. Lopez, do you understand the question?
Can you repeat the question?
Sustained.
Did you agree? In this email that Ivory Madison sent to you, she said that your situation was serious.
Well, there's no question pending.
That's not a question.
Ms. Lopez, did you understand this email to include Ivory Madison advising you that your situation was serious?
¿Entiende usted mis
Yes, she sent me this email on January 2nd, yes.
Okay.
So, but that was not our conversation on January 1st.
I understand.
Okay.
Now, in this email, Ivory Madison advised you to call the police every time that there was improper behavior by your husband toward you.
If she advised me that?
Yes. How did you interpret this email? What advice did you interpret her to be providing to you regarding calling the police in response to your husband's behavior?
Yes, I think on January 2nd, after she talked with so many people about this case, she changed to now start to telling me. I think she started the plan to convince me to call the police. And this email is the first step.
Okay. So in this email, Ivory Madison is advising you to call the police in response to your husband's behavior.
In this email, January 2nd, after she talked with so many people, yes.
Okay.
That was not our conversation on January 1st.
There's no question pending.
I was finishing my answering.
As of January 2nd, you realized that your husband was controlling and withholding about money.
Objection, relevance.
Counsel, what's the relevance of this?
It goes to the power and control issues that are referenced in Ms. Lemon's declaration.
I think we sustained most of these objections to these facts from Madison and Mertens. Is there any? I'm inclined to sustain the objection. Is there any opposing view from the commissioners? Sustained.
Now, there's another email that you sent to Ivory Madison while you're on your trip on January 3rd. It's Exhibit 51. I have a copy for you.
It's not this one.
It's not that one.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Now, Ms. Lopez, is Exhibit 51 an email that you sent to Ms. Madison on January 3rd at 2:45 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that you mentioned in the email is that the aquarium was so nice and Ross fed us regularly without complaint.
Yes.
Why did you write to Ms. Madison that Ross fed you regularly without complaint?
Objection, relevance.
I'll allow that question. Overruled.
Every person who has been working with Ross knows that Ross just takes coffee in the morning and work until late and can be working for 3 hours without to eat. And he never stopped for eat. And I'm completely different. I need to have breakfast, a snack, lunch, a snack, and dinner as Theo. And for him in the beginning was very hard. Like I told him, if you are just going to take coffee, anyway, you have to sit down, not with a computer, and sit down in the chair and have breakfast with us. And if you are at home, even if you don't want to eat, please sit down and have lunch with us as a family. That is family stuff. I know he grew up without that kind of role, but that was not my case, and I want to teach Theo that case. So if we are traveling, I'm not in my kitchen, so I cannot run to the kitchen and pick the things that I want. So I told him, okay, we are going to Monterrey, but you know that how I am, and Theo. So we are going to stop every 2 hours, and we have to eat. And he did, and actually he enjoyed it.
And that made you happy as well.
Absolutely.
And it was unusual enough for you to mention to Ms. Madison when you emailed to her.
After the campaign, that he was just working like 30 hours per day, I think was great.
And then it says without complaint at the end. I assume you meant without complaint.
Because he always wanted to do something else instead to eat.
Okay. So he would sometimes complain when you insisted on eating.
Yes, he preferred to keep walking or playing instead to go to eat.
Okay. And in fact, you told Ivory Madison that your husband regularly insisted that he control the food that you and Theo ate in your household.
Objection, relevant.
When you got back to San Francisco on January 3rd, did your husband leave the house? I'm sorry, let me rephrase that question. So on January 3rd, you returned from Monterey to San Francisco?
Yes.
Okay, about what time of day did you get back to your home?
Let me see if I cook for Theo. Yes, I think for dinner time, maybe around 6, 7.
Okay.
I don't know.
And did your husband go out that evening?
Yes, I think he has a meeting.
Okay, and about what time did he leave your home?
Immediately. We just arrived, and I remember he was a little late for his meeting.
Okay. What time did your husband return that night of the 3rd?
I do not remember.
Okay. Now, you went over to Ivory Madison's house on the morning of January 4th?
If I went to see Ivory on January 4th, yes.
And as of January 4th, did you have some concerns about what would happen if you were to call the police regarding what your husband did on December 31st?
To call the police was never my idea.
I
was not thinking to calling the police.
I'd ask you a little different question.
Okay.
The question is, did you have concerns about what would happen if you called the police?
How I already said, to call the police was not my idea. I was not thinking on that and called the police, so I couldn't be thinking what could happen if I called the police.
Did that issue come up in your conversation with Ms. Madison on January 4th, calling the police?
Of course, that is why she was calling me. Her plan was to convince me to call the police, and she brought all this new plan about the police.
Okay, I'll move to strike as non-responsive and speculative.
Repeat your question.
Can I have the question back, please?
Did that issue come up in your conversation with Ms. Madison on January 4th, calling the police?
And the answer to?
And the answer, of course, it's why she was calling me. Her plan was to convince me to call the police, and she brought all these new plans about the police.
Strike everything after, of course.
Now, as of January 4th, did you have any knowledge about what happens in the state of California if somebody calls the police about a domestic violence incident?
No.
Okay. And did Ms. Madison offer to try to find out for you what would happen if somebody were to call in a domestic violence complaint to the police?
Y la Madison se ofreció a averiguar qué era lo que sucedería si alguien llamaba para reportar un caso de violencia en el hogar.
When she brought the idea to call the police, and was not my idea, I was asking questions like, why, what could happen? Of course, yes, I was asking questions. Okay. But your question was...
did Ms. Madison offer?
She offered? Yes,
yes.
yes.
She offered
the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
I want to finish yes, she offered to help me, and she offered to looking for all the information as a lawyer.
Okay.
I finished.
Now, in your declaration, you describe a conversation with Ivory Madison in which she comes up with a plan to have Phil Braunstein call the chief of police and the district attorney to have a meeting at her house.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things you write in your declaration, and by the way, would you like to have a copy of your declaration right now?
Well, I think this is the portion they objected to and that we agreed to accept the objection. So,
Is that true, Mr. Keith?
yeah, it's paragraph 12, lines
Not the next part that I'm going to ask about.
10 through 12. And they objected and we accepted the objection.
I thought paragraph 12 was stricken completely.
I'm actually giving her her declaration to ask about paragraph 13, with a portion that was not stricken.
Okay. I mean, I think you can show her her declaration. Is there an objection to showing her the declaration?
No, I just want to make it available to her so that the witness has it.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So, in paragraph 13 of your declaration, you wrote that, and this is in reference to the January 4th conversation. I asked Ivory questions, trying to show her that her plan was maybe good for a comic book, but not for real life. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. On January 4th, did you actually reference a comic book? When you
Yes,
spoke with
and
Ms.
also I
Madison?
said a movie. I said comic book, and I said, this is not a movie.
Okay.
Because she was offering, you can move here. Where I have friends that they have rich friends, they have empty house, and they will love to let you live there. And I remember clearly saying, okay, that's good for a comic book or
Okay.
for a movie, but I'm not going to put myself or Theo in that situation.
Now, you were at Ms. Madison's home for about an hour on the morning of January 4th?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And during the time that you were at Ms. Madison's home on the morning of the 4th, did your phone ring, your cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. And was it a call from your husband?
Yes.
Okay. And did you answer that call?
No.
Okay. Did he leave a voicemail message?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now,
Maybe he did. He always leave messages.
Okay. Do you remember whether he left a message for you that morning?
Where are you? Hi, dear. Where are you? Something like that.
Okay, Ms. Lopez, I want to step back and make sure that I don't want to know what your husband usually, whether he usually leaves.
Well,
a certain
I'm
type of
sure that
message.
message was, "Hi, sweetheart. Where are you?"
Okay. Do you actually recall for a fact that the message that your husband left for you on the morning of January 4th was, "Hi, sweetheart, where are you"?
Yes, because this is how we call each other, and always say, "Hi, dear."
Okay, so you're positive that was the content of the voicemail
Yes.
message he left you. Okay. Now, you were here for the testimony, or let me step back for a moment. You watched the testimony that Lynette Peralta Haynes gave last night from a different room, is that correct?
Part of that.
Okay. About what time did you start watching Ms. Peralta Haynes' testimony last night?
We came to that room. We were looking for online, trying to connect. Maybe that took 20 minutes. Then we were like talking, deciding, so maybe that took another 10 minutes, and then I went down maybe 5:30.
So you started.
She started to testify at 5, right?
I just want to know your recollection, Ms. Lopez, of
Well,
when you started.
when everything
Ms.
started,
Lopez, you
I
need
was
to let
there.
me finish my question. I just want to know your recollection of what time you started watching Ms. Peralta
I don't know.
Haynes'
I don't
testimony.
have watch
Okay. How long did you watch Ms. Peralta Haynes' testimony?
until the break,
Okay.
when she was breastfeeding.
Okay. Did you watch her testimony after the break?
I come back downstairs at some point, and maybe I saw the final part. And just before the commissioners, I couldn't hear the commissioners asking the questions.
Okay. Did anybody describe to you the content of Ms. Peralta Haynes' testimony?
Describe the content.
Yes.
¿Alguien le describió el contenido del testimonio que dio la señora Peralta Haynes?
I read her declaration online.
I mean, her testimony before the commission last night. Did anybody tell you about it? Did anybody tell you what she said?
I was trying to looking for that, but in my iPad I cannot see it.
Okay. Now, there's an exhibit that's already in the record, and I'm not going to ask you to look at it. It shows 3 text messages that you sent to Lynette Peralta Haynes at 10:55 and 10:56 a.m. on the morning of January 4th. Mm-hmm. Do you still
Yes.
have those text messages on your phone?
No.
Okay. When did you, do you still have the phone that you had at that time?
No.
Okay. When, did you get a new phone?
Yes.
Oh, about when did you do that?
I think it's each year you can, with AT&T, you can upgrade your cell phone. And I think that happened exactly in January, and I upgrade my cell phone because if you don't do that, you have to wait another year.
So you got a new phone in January?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure it was January or February.
Okay. Did you hear how Lynette Peralta Haynes, or did you hear Lynette Peralta Haynes' testimony last night about what those text messages said?
¿Escuchó?
The first 3 ones.
Yes.
Are you talking about the first 3 ones? Yes.
Okay. What were those text messages about that you sent to Lynette Peralta Haynes?
I do not remember exactly, but after Ivory told me all this about you can accuse him of domestic violence, that what Phil Bronstein did with Sharon Stone, so he got the custody. And she brought all this about the police, and she also brought these persons. She wanted to bring all these persons at her home. And I was asking all that questions, and she was repeating, you have to accuse him of domestic violence.
Ms. Lopez, I'm going to have to stop you now. Commissioners,
It's why I called
I know
her.
that it's traditional to wait till the witness finishes answering to move to strike, but
Okay,
I don't want to take all night to do this.
Okay, let's hold on 1 second. Can I have the question back, please?
Question, okay, what were those text messages about that you sent to Lynette Peralta Haynes?
Overruled, counsel. You asked for this.
All right,
Please
you can
finish.
continue, Ms. Lopez.
So she brought all this new whole world about domestic violence that I do not have idea about. And she brought all this new world about to call the police. And she brought all this new world about accusing Ross of domestic violence. So that is the right way so to get custody. She was giving me legal advice how to get the custody of Theo. So the only person I know is a domestic violence advocate is Lynette. So I told Ivory, I was trying to leave Ivory home for maybe half an hour, but she was, we have to do it, we have to do it, we have to do it. So the only way I could escape from her house was saying, okay, I have to call my dad really, I have an appointment, I have to call him. And when I came back home, I called Lynette and I said, what do you think about this? First, I called her at first, I think. She didn't answer. So I texted her. This is the situation. This happened. I have a person telling me this. I want your opinion about this.
Had you ever spoken to Lynette Peralta Haynes before this date about the details of your marriage with your husband?
No, never.
And then you had a call with Lynette Peralta Haynes a little later that morning, around 11:18. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what did you talk about in that call with Ms. Peralta Haynes?
I told her I was talking with my lawyer, and her plan was accuse Ross of domestic violence. And I want to hear from her if she considered this domestic violence. And my principal concern was about if we end in the divorce, I will gain custody. It's not that I will gain custody, it's that I just don't want to lose Theo. I don't want someone kicking me out of the country and take my son, as thousands of Latin Americans have gone through in these years. So that was my principal concern, and I called and I talked with her about that. Also, I remember she said, we have a case now of an immigrant that she doesn't have any papers and they are in a dispute. And she brought all this information. I was asking for information.
From Lynette Peralta Haynes?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell Lynette Peralta Haynes about, or did you discuss calling the police with her?
Oh, thank you.
¿Conversó usted con acerca de llamar a la policía?
No, I told her that my lawyer wants to do that, and she wants to accuse Ross of domestic violence, and I want to hear her opinion about that.
And what was Ms. Peralta
And if
Haynes'
she considered that domestic violence.
What was Ms. Peralta Haynes' opinion of that advice that you should call the police?
I think she said everything was confidential.
Lynette Peralta Haynes told you that everything that you said to your
That we
lawyer
were
was confidential?
talking, yes.
Okay.
She told me I am an advocate of domestic violence, and everything we are going to talk is confidential. And then I said, well, I just want your opinion about this situation.
What else did Lynette Peralta Haynes talk about with regard to calling the police in that telephone call?
I think I was very clear with Lynette that well, actually, if I recall, we didn't talk about the police. I mentioned that my lawyer was thinking about that, and I didn't expect she act by herself.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
I didn't expect that my lawyer could act by herself and call the police by herself. Yes, I thought that was my decision. If I really want to make this a big deal, that was not my intention, I think.
Is that something you told Ms. Haynes in the phone call that you had with her?
No, I am explaining you that I was not talking about call the police, because I was asking her if this is domestic violence and what she thinks about all this.
Okay, so Ms. Lopez, I really want to get at what you said to Ms. Peralta Haynes and what she said to you, not the many things that may have happened in the background that led to one person saying something.
Uh-huh.
Okay? So...
Do you want to repeat the 40 minutes? How much time we have?
No, I'm going to... Okay. Are you ready for my question?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on one second. Ms. Canny, I mean, I'm noticing you because you're in the front row. What we're really trying to get through this testimony, we're trying to pay attention. I really do not want to hear you or, frankly, anybody have disruptions, okay, when these questions are being asked. So, please. help us here.
So, Ms. Lopez, did you tell Ms. Peralta Haynes that your lawyer was thinking about calling the police to report the December 31st incident with your husband?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, so you never asked her any advice with regard to that possibility of your
No.
lawyer calling the police?
What I told her that is my lawyer is suggesting her plan is like her advice is, I thought that was her advice, no, actually her plan was accuse Ross of domestic violence.
Okay, so you told Ms. Peralta Haynes that your lawyer was advising you to accuse your husband of domestic violence? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. What was Ms. Peralta Haynes' response to that?
I think she was asking me questions about if I was afraid of Ross, how was the incident, and I told her, Frank, actually is that what I was looking for is for therapy. Okay. And I asked her for a therapist, for counseling, because actually I think that is the first step. That when you go through a problem, you look for professionals that can help you.
Did Ms. Peralta Haynes say anything to you about what she thought of your lawyer's advice to call the police in that telephone call?
Actually, I remember that our conversation was more about what kind of counseling and if I was feeling safe and which ones could be my next step about looking for counseling, for therapy. And actually, I think we were talking about she was looking for a referral for family counseling.
Ms. Lopez, I'm going to interrupt you here. I think this process is going to be faster for you, and I think it's going to be more efficient for us if you listen very carefully to the question and answer
okay,
only the question.
Okay, I will use her then. Okay.
Yeah, and I understand there are things you may want to say, and like I said, the Sheriff's Counsel will have an opportunity to examine you. But Mr. Keith is entitled to answers to his questions and answers only to those questions. So if you could help us in that regard, we'd appreciate it.
I
Thank
will
you.
be shorter.
Thank you.
And if I could have the court reporter read back the question. Thank you.
Did Ms. Peralta Haynes say anything to you about what she thought of your lawyer's advice to call the police in that telephone call?
No.
No. Solamente quiere que le repita la pregunta.
Sí, sí.
Now, Ms. Lopez, I'm going to ask you to look at another exhibit. It's an exhibit that's already been marked. I'll bring you a copy. It's Exhibit 80. Or it's actually a text message from a very long exhibit that's entitled Exhibit 80, and it's just a single message for you to look at.
Okay.
And for the benefit of the Commission and Council, this is Exhibit 80, and it is a text message of January 4th, 2012 at 12:03 p.m. It's also reflected on Exhibit 83 if the Commission wants to go to that, but I've got the copy of the actual text message from Exhibit 80. So again, it's a text message from Sheriff Mirkarimi to Ms. Lopez, January 4th, 2012 at 12:03 p.m. So, Ms. Lopez, do you see the text message on the bottom there that's below the date, January 4th, 2012, 12:03 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay.
Left you.
And that text message from your husband to you reads, left you a VM but didn't hear back. What
Voice
happened?
message. Voice message.
Okay, so you understand the VM here to mean voicemail or voice
Yes.
message?
Voice message.
Okay. Earlier you testified that you testified about the content of the message that your husband left you. Does seeing this change your testimony at all?
No, it's completely consistent.
Okay.
I say he left.
No.
He left a voice message, and he say he left.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Lopez. Earlier you testified about the content of the voicemail message that your husband left you, along the lines of, hello, sweetie, where are you, how are you?
Yes.
Okay. After seeing this portion of Exhibit 80 that I just put in front of you,
But
is that still your recollection of what the voicemail message was that your husband sent you?
of course,
Okay.
he left a voice message to me, and I didn't respond.
So, Ms. Lopez, I'm now going to show you another exhibit that's in evidence. It's Exhibit 57. It's another text message. And for the benefit of the commission,
Yeah.
this is a text message. It's also shown on Exhibit 83. Text message of January 4th, 2012. It's 12:24 p.m. from Ms. Lopez to Ms. Madison. And I can bring you a copy, Ms. Lopez.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Lopez, this text message, is this a text message that you sent to Ms. Madison?
Yes.
It reads, hello, Ivory. I'm not going to call the police. I'm going to open a record with my doctor. Why did you send that text message at 12:24 p.m.?
I was, after I left Ivory, I talked with Lynette. I talked with my dad, I think. And then I was doing other things at home, and I totally forgot to go back to Ivory. So she texted me at 11:45 that she finished her calls. And turns out my call is at 12:30. That she had an appointment by 4 at 12:30, something like that, by phone. And then I remember I didn't get back to Ivory. So I said I want just to let her know that I'm not going to call the police.
And that was after you spoke with your father and with Ms. Peralta Haynes?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak with Ms. Peralta Haynes before your father that day?
I do not remember.
Okay. Did you definitely speak with your father that morning?
I think I did.
Okay. Now, in your declaration at paragraph 13, you write that you responded to Ivory, and I'm quoting, very briefly and not as nicely as usual, because I realized that Ivory was calling Ross's enemies against my wishes. What brought you to the realization that as of 12:24 on the 4th, Ms. Madison was calling your husband's enemies against your wishes?
In our conversation on January 4th, when she was trying to convince me to call the police, and she said, we can bring district attorney here, Phil Bronstein, the chief police. She also mentioned Kamala Harris, and she also mentioned that Gavin Newsom. So as her friends and someone is going to help to do everything against Ross, So, and also she was repeating in our conversation on January 4th, and it's why I was, the only way I could get out of her house was saying that I have to call my dad, is because she was telling me, screw him. At that moment, actually I didn't know what that means, but looks to me so suspicious that she, knowing how hard we were working, even me, campaigning with Ross without any money, she was calling Ross's political enemies. And everybody knows, even me, that I was not really involved. I was helping, just giving papers and telling the people, vote for the sheriff. But even me, I know that Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, they were supporting the other candidate, and they were putting a lot of money against Ross. So what I'm going to think? I immediately I realized I cannot trust her. And also was something that was very shocked to me. When I was leaving, I was in pajama because I was on January 4th. I was preparing Theo for the school, and Ross took Theo to his school. And I was in pajama. When she called me, I went to her house in pajama. I love to be in pajama, by the way. And she told me, and she told me that in front of Abe Mertens. Don't take a shower, don't make up, don't do anything. Look that, and that was another new word for me that day. This village, disheveled as you can. So, okay, go to talk with your daddy. That was the only way I could left her house.
Ms. Lopez,
but don't do anything.
Ms. Lopez, I'm going to actually stop you. This is not an answer to Mr. Keith's question. Mr. Keith, please proceed.
Ms. Lopez, earlier you mentioned that Ms. Madison was advising you to call the police.
That was what I told Lynette.
Okay. But then your declaration, you say you realized that she was actually calling your husband's political enemies against your wishes.
Yes.
What new information did you get?
But I didn't.
Please listen to my question. What new information did you get around that time that Ms. Madison was out there calling your husband's political enemies?
That's asked and answered.
Mr. Keith, last time you asked that question, you got I think you got a pretty detailed answer. What are you?
I don't think I got an answer to the question that I asked. That's why I'm asking the question in this way.
I'll withdraw the objection.
Okay. Ms. Lopez, please proceed with your answer.
Repeat the question, please. I feel the same, don't worry.
If the court reporter could read back the question.
I'm okay, yes.
What new information did you get around that time that Ms. Madison was out there calling? Oh, sorry. What new information did you get around that time that Ms. Madison was out there calling your husband's political enemies?
I think you are trying to make, when I talk with Lynette, I was having a conversation with Lynette about her opinion. When I was talking with Ivory, I was talking with her and realizing the things that she was doing. But I didn't share that with Lynette. Also, I talked with my dad, and my conversation with my dad was not about that, was about other things. Father-daughter relationship, with Lynette, domestic violence advocate information. Ivory, she wants to call the police and call it the political enemies. So it was absolutely three different conversations, and I didn't told Lynette all the information about Phil Brownstein or Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, all this. I didn't share that with Lynette.
Okay. Now, do you think that Ivory Madison was trying to get your husband politically?
¿Cree usted que Ivory Madison quería vengarse contra su esposo políticamente? O sea, lograr algo en contra de él desde el punto de vista político.
Well, a person who said, screw him, I have a lot of friends ready to help. You just need to make the decision. What that means.
Do you think it was Ivory Madison's goal to ruin your husband politically?
¿Cree usted que la meta de Ivory Madison destruir a su esposo?
I have to object relevance.
Ms. Lopez has made it relevant through her declaration.
Overruled.
I do not think that, because on January 1st, that was not her plan.
But on January 4th, it was her plan, you thought?
¿Pero usted cree que sí era Candela?
She was telling me, screw him. That is not, let's work on your marriage or something positive.
Was Ivory Madison donating the maximum amount allowed by law to your husband's campaign part of her conspiracy to get him?
Objection, that's argumentative.
Sustained.
Ivory Madison hosted a fundraiser for your husband's campaign.
Objection, that's not a question.
Mr. Keith, please phrase it as a question.
Did Ivory Madison and Abe Mertens host a fundraiser for your husband's campaign?
Hubo un evento de recaudación de fondos a favor de la campaña de su esposo. Pero hizo eso Ivory Madison.
We put her name in the card, but she didn't do anything.
Okay. She donated money to the campaign?
Pero la campaña,
She told me that, yes, but I don't have any proof about that.
Okay. You know, you spoke to Callie Williams a little later on January 4th.
después de enero.
Yes,
Did you tell any lies to Callie Williams when you spoke to her on January 4th?
¿Le dijo usted alguna mentira a Cali Williams cuando usted habló con ella el 4 de enero?
I don't think so.
Okay. Your husband came out while you were talking with Callie Williams.
Mientras usted hablando,
Yes,
Okay, you were on the back porch.
estaba en el porche de atrás.
yes,
Okay. You told Callie Williams that you thought your husband was scared that you were talking about what happened on December 31st.
Hablando acerca de qué es lo que había sucedido el 31 de diciembre.
I do not recall saying that. I think.
So you didn't say that?
Yes, maybe I said something like that.
Okay. And did Callie Williams tell you that you were brave not to keep quiet about what happened with your husband on December 31st?
I think that is in her declaration. That were not her words that day.
Okay, so she didn't. And it's your testimony that she did not say that to you.
No le dijo esas palabras a usted.
I do not recall she saying that.
Okay. Do you recall that she definitely did not say it?
Definitivamente no dijo eso.
I do not recall she saying that.
Okay. Do you remember one way or the other?
¿Recuerda usted de una forma u otra?
Say again the words.
I'm trying to find out if you just don't remember whether she said it, or if your testimony is that she definitely did not say that.
Nuevamente, no le dijo eso a usted.
I do not remember she said what you said, that I don't remember what you say already.
Okay. That you were brave not to keep quiet about this incident.
Por no mantener en silencio lo que había sucedido.
I do not remember she saying that.
Okay. Is Callie Williams part of a conspiracy against your husband?
Objection, argumentative.
Profesión.
Do you think Callie Williams is out to get your
and calls
husband?
for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you have any information about Callie Williams that would suggest that she has a vendetta against your husband?
O sea, de un plan de venganza contra su esposo.
If something suggests me about Callie Williams,
Do you know any facts about Callie Williams
Well,
that would indicate to
yes,
you?
actually, I
ma'am,
have
Let
some-
me finish my question. Do you have any
Keith.
facts?
Let's.
Okay. Do you have any facts about
un hecho
Callie Williams
de Cali Williams
that would indicate that she has a vendetta against your husband?
de venganza contra su esposo? Le llaman en inglés vendetta.
I know she was not happy with Ross. I know she told me that he was not helping her or something like that. I think she's always doing remodelations. I don't know if she has permit for that or not. But she's always doing that. And something happened between Ross and her that she looks like she put money and Ross was not agree with that money and he didn't want to pay, something like that. And she brought that day in the backyard porch. And she said, I'm not happy with Ross.
She said that during that conversation in which she discussed
yes, and
with
she
her.
brought that about the money.
Okay.
Finish, please.
Okay. You did discuss with Callie Williams what your husband did on December 31st.
Su esposo había hecho el 31 de diciembre. Sí se lo mencionó usted a Cali Williams.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your declaration, you testified that you went to speak with Callie Williams because Ms. Madison had advised you to talk to Callie Williams.
Yes.
Okay. And you spoke with Callie Williams around 1 in the afternoon?
Yes.
That was after you sent the text message to Ivory Madison?
Que enviaba el mensaje de texto a Ivory Madison.
I do not recall, but I think yes.
Okay. So,
Entonces,
Ms. Lopez, if you thought that Ivory Madison was calling your husband's political enemies, why did you follow her advice and talk to Callie Williams?
¿qué sigue usted el consejo de ella y sí habló usted con Cali Williams?
Oh, because at this point I didn't know she was. No, I did this. That point I knew she was. She was using. I do not remember if at that point I knew she was using our names. When I found that, maybe I knew at that point that she was using our names on January 4th. But I understood she will never call the police without my consent. So I was trying to be clear on January 4th. I do not want to call the police. I want to call a therapist. This is that, and my emails are about therapy.
So when you decided to go out and talk to Callie Williams at that point in time, did you think that Ivory Madison was out there calling your political enemies without your husband's political enemies without your consent? Or did you think that Ivory Madison wasn't going to call anybody without your consent?
You are right. I act very stupid. I think we were, for me, saying we are not going to call the police. I'm not going to call the police, so that plan doesn't work. So let's go back to the first plan, who was in case Ross doesn't want to do therapy with me, and finally we end in a divorce, she will help me with the custody. So for that thing, she told me, do you think Callie Williams heard something about the fight? And I say, I know she was there. In her declaration, she said she was not there on December 31st, but in her email to me, and also that day, she told me I didn't hear anything. And I say, sure you didn't hear when I say stop? Because I think I was very loud. No, I didn't hear anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you went out to talk to Callie Williams, did you think that at that time Ivory Madison was calling your husband's political enemies?
De los enemigos políticos de su esposo.
Well, she did in the morning, and I was, you know what? For that moment, I completely forget the video. I was really very naive and believing Ivory and believing that she will never do anything against my wishes. And I want just to go back to the first plan.
So when you went out to talk with Callie Williams, you didn't think that Ivory Madison was calling your husband's political enemies?
No, I already knew that. But I didn't think if I don't decide to call the police, she will never do anything. Nobody can do anything.
Okay. Now, was there any other, well, let me step back for a minute. Why were you surprised that Callie Williams wouldn't be able to hear what happened on December 31st?
You have to go to our home. I can hear her dog snoring. I can hear she watching the TV. Everybody goes, and we live in a Victorian house that it doesn't have any isolation. So all the people has been in my house. We hear they say, "You have an elephant up there?" And is she walking? And I never called the police or complained to her because it's not her fault. So I can hear her dog snoring. I can hear everything she does. So, of course, I thought she heard me saying, stop.
Okay. So
Because for me, I think I was very loud.
So you thought that she heard you say just a single shouted word, stop?
La palabra que ella la oyó usted decir esa palabra, stop.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Keith, we're about at your time estimate, or I guess it wasn't really your time estimate. It was my imposed time estimate. How are you doing, though, on...
I think I'm moving along. I think that, I mean,
To get warm.
it's hard to tell how much longer it's going to take. I'm far more than halfway done. I can say that much. Well, I don't know whether I'm 2/3 done or 3/4 done. I'm giving the best estimate I can.
Okay. Well, you did say 2.5 yesterday. I think we're going to hold you to that. I understand you should get a little bit of leeway because I know you and the witness have not been communicating that well on certain issues, and you've gotten answers that you didn't ask for. But, I mean, I don't think you should expect to go another hour.
I don't think it'll take another hour.
Yeah, well, I'm saying I think you should plan to wrap up in 30.
I think it's going to take longer than that. I'll go as fast as I can.
You'll go. I mean, we have a lot of discretion as to how much testimony to
Okay.
go. We've heard a lot. I mean, if you've got, don't save your very best for last. If you don't think you may not get there.
Okay. Now, Ms. Madison, Ms. Lopez, what time on January 4th did you find out that there was a police investigation of what your husband did to you on December 31st?
On January 4th, around 3:30.
Okay. And was that when Ivory Madison told you?
Fue cuando Ivory Madison se lo dijo.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any inkling before 3:30 that there was an open police investigation?
Una información de que había una investigación que había comenzado la policía.
As a good friend and as a good lawyer, she waited 3 hours to let me know that she opened an investigation. I think she was really taking care of me.
I'll move to strike that response.
Sustained. Ms. Lopez, you need to answer these questions.
Okay. No.
Okay. And were you on the phone with Lynette Peralta Haynes when you found out from Ms. Madison that there was a police investigation?
Que se estaba haciendo una investigación por parte de la policía.
No.
Okay. How long after you found out that there was a police investigation did you get a call from Ms. Peralta Haynes?
Recibió la llamada de Peralta Haynes.
I cannot tell you how long.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. And where were you when Ms. Peralta Haynes called?
Cuando la señora Peralta Haynes le llamó.
In the stairs of Ivory Madison house.
Okay. Interior stairs?
Interior, yes.
Okay. And how long did you speak with Ms. Peralta Haynes before handing the phone to Ms. Madison?
I do not remember, but I just was so panicking, and I said to her, my neighbor called the police, and when I hand the phone to Ivory, was trying to, someone speaking English, maybe could explain better that I do not want the police involved.
So you
So
don't know
I
how-
just say, help me, talk with this. She called the police.
So you don't know how long you were talking with Ms. Peralta Haynes before you handed the phone to Ms. Madison?
Antes de entregarle el teléfono a la otra persona.
How long was talking who with who?
With Ms. Peralta Haynes before you handed the phone to Ms.
How
Madison?
long I was talking with Miss Peralta Hayes?
Antes de entregar el teléfono a la señora Madison.
How long takes to say 30 seconds, 1 minute?
Okay. And what did you hear Ivory Madison say to Ms. Peralta Haynes?
I really was trying to pay attention, but I couldn't understand anything Ivory said. I was so shaking.
Okay. After Ivory Madison handed the phone back to you, what did you do?
Teléfono a usted, ¿qué hizo usted?
I do not remember exactly what I told Lynette. I think I told her, call Ross, let him know what is happening, and goodbye.
Okay. And did you tell Ivory Madison that you were concerned for your husband's career at that time?
Esposo, en ese momento se lo dijo.
She was still repeating, screw him, and why you're trying to protect him. So I said, I do not want to screw him. He's a great politician.
Okay.
How
Did-
I'm
did
going
you
to
ask-
destroy him.
Did you ask Ivory Madison to tell the police that she made a mistake?
Que le dijera a la policía, había
I told her, I did not recall exactly what I said because I was almost crying.
Okay. Did you tell her not to cooperate with the police?
dijo ella a ella que no cooperara. Sí.
I remember saying, you don't have my permission to do this. I trust you. I trust you.
Okay. Now, I want to go over some emails that you and text messages that you sent that afternoon. I want to give you Exhibit 58. So this is an email message that you sent to Ms. Madison at 4:14 on January 4th?
A la señora Madison a las 4:14 de la tarde del 4 de enero.
Yes.
Okay. Now, phone records that are already in evidence, or Exhibit 83, show that before you sent this message to Ms. Madison at 4:14, you had a call with Lynette Peralta Haynes that began at 3:56 p.m. and lasted 15 minutes, 36 seconds. In that phone call with Ms. Peralta Haynes, did you discuss sending an email to Ivory Madison?
When I left Ivory Madison house, I was so shaken that I couldn't find my car. So I was walking on Hayes Street through City Hall, and I was just calling Ross, calling Lynette, calling Ross, calling Lynette, and then she answered, And when I was talking with her, I say, oh my gosh, she had a video. Goodbye, I have to call you back. And then I wrote an email like, you don't mess this email.
So
I really hope you respect my feelings.
So you don't remember having a phone call with Lynette Peralta Haynes that lasted 15 minutes, 36 seconds before sending this email to Ms. Madison?
26 segundos antes de usted enviarle un mensaje de email a Madison.
Yes, that phone call, the 15 minutes, when I was talking with her, I just realized that the video was she had a video. So I closed the conversation and I wrote this.
Okay, so in the phone call with Ms. Peralta Haynes, did you discuss sending this email to Ms. Madison?
Enviarle este email a la...
No.
Okay. And I'd like you to look at another exhibit. It's Exhibit 59. And the phone records show that you had another call with Lynette Peralta Haynes at 4:14 p.m. that lasted 1 minute, 20 seconds. And then this email that's Exhibit 59 was sent at 4:16 p.m. right after that call.
Mm-hmm.
Did you discuss sending this email with Lynette Peralta Haynes?
No. No,
Okay.
actually, I wrote this email around 11, but I didn't send it because I think she will respect me. So
Okay.
that was already wrote in my
Okay.
in my phone.
And when you wrote to Ms. Madison, I've been calling social workers, therapists, and lawyers. Had you, in fact, been calling other lawyers the morning of January 4th?
No,
Okay. And did you write this email before or after you spoke with Lynette Peralta Haynes that morning?
I wrote this email around 11 p.m.,
Okay.
11 a.m.,
Okay.
and that was the nice way to tell Ivory, I don't need your help anymore.
Okay. Did you write this email before or after you spoke with Lynette Peralta Haynes in the morning for 40 minutes?
Peralta Haynes esa mañana.
I do not remember.
Okay. Now, when you spoke with Lynette Peralta Haynes, did you discuss your husband's childhood?
De la niñez de su esposo.
I mentioned that.
Okay. Now, in either of the calls that you had with Lynette Peralta Haynes in the 4 o'clock to 4:15 time frame,
4:15.
did you share your feelings with Ms. Haynes about the fact that there was now a police investigation of what your husband had done to you on the 31st?
Que si yo hablé con Lynette.
Whether I spoke with Lynette.
I'll ask it
Yes,
I'll ask it a
repeat,
different way.
please, rephrase, yeah.
In these phone calls with Ms. Peralta Haynes, around 4 and 4:15 in the afternoon, did you ask her for advice about how to stop the police investigation?
Para frenar, para parar, para poner en alto a la investigación de la policía.
The only thing I remember, I do not remember what we were talking about. I just remember maybe saying how this could happen. Oh my gosh, what we are going to do. This is a disaster. How she could do that. So when you are panicking, this is the kind of things you said. You cannot be, you feel betrayed. I was feeling very betrayed and I was so angry.
Did you discuss with Ms. Peralta Haynes what you should do
Debería ser
with regard to telling Ms. Madison
decirle a la señora Madison
what you wanted her to do?
lo que usted quería que ella hiciera.
I do not remember. I think
Okay.
think I remember saying, what is going to happen now?
Now, You had some other calls with Ivory Madison and Abe Mertens that afternoon?
Yes.
Okay, and in those calls, the purpose of your calls to them was to tell them not to share any of the information that you had given to Ms. Madison. Is that correct?
Any of them have my permission to disclose all the conversations that we had.
Okay, and that's why you made the calls to them?
Absolutely.
Okay. And where were you when you had those calls with Lynette Peralta Haynes between 4 and 4:15?
I walked from Ivory House to City Hall. I wait in Ross's office in the second floor. He was not there, it was his staff. And then I walk out to meet Ross, and then I walk back to my home. So almost all the time I was in the street walking.
Okay, so when you first got to City Hall, you first went up to the second floor without having met your husband first?
Yes.
Okay. And did you finally connect with your husband by phone when you were here in City Hall or when you were downstairs outside?
I was sit down in his outside of the City Hall. I'm sorry, outside of his office in the second floor in the City Hall.
Okay.
When I connect by phone, you are talking by phone, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And how long after that did you see him in person?
He was in, I don't know where, in one event, and he was walking to come here to another event he had at 4:30. So he was walking, coming here, and I met him. How long could take? Maybe 7 minutes. Walk together. He came from Hayes, and I walk outside, and we find each other in Hayes or Grove. I don't remember which one is.
Okay. Now, Ms. Lopez, you had more calls with Annette Peralta Haynes later that afternoon.
She was the only person I was talking with.
Oh, as well as your husband.
And my husband, yes.
Okay. And when you spoke with your husband, did you tell him about the video that you made?
When?
When you spoke with your husband that afternoon on January 4th, did you tell him about the video that you made?
Objection, that's vague as the time.
Do you understand the question, Ms. Lopez?
If I talk to him in the street and I told him about the video,
Yes.
I do not remember if I told him in the video at that point. I really think I told him at home later around 7 p.m.
Okay. Did you tell? You did tell him though that that there was a police investigation.
Yes.
Okay. So, Ms. I'm going to show you another text message. It's part of Exhibit 80, and for the benefit of the Commission, this is a text message. It's not shown on Exhibit. I'm sorry. I apologize. It is shown on Exhibit 83. It's January 4th, 2012, 5:51 p.m. Text message from Ms. Lopez to her husband. So I'm going to show you this message on the overhead, Ms. Lopez.
Mm-hmm.
It reads, "You have to call Hennessy and stop this before something happened. Ivory is giving the investigators everything. Use your power." When you wrote "use your power," what power were you referring to?
If you are a supervisor and you just become a sheriff, do something.
Okay. Now, you did send another text to your husband at 6:05 that evening. It's in evidence. In fact, it's on the lower part of the page that I just handed you. It says, "Don't write any other thing. Answer Lynette, call. She has some advices." Okay. Did Ms. Peralta Haynes advise you not to write anything about what was going on?
I think this is, tell me which time? Again?
This is a message that was sent at 6:05.
I recall because that was from my brother in Venezuela. He said, you should close I told him what was happening, and he told me, close the Facebook page, don't write anything, and don't talk anymore by phone because maybe they are listening.
Okay. And so you sent this text message in response to getting that to getting that advice from your brother?
Yes.
Okay. Did you
And
actually speak with your brother on the phone?
I don't remember if I did by phone or through Skype,
Okay.
but I got that from my brother. And
Oh.
also, I was talking with Lynette, and Lynette said, I have to talk with Ross, and he's not answering my phone calls. So I text him, answer Lynette calls.
Okay. Did you send this text while you were talking with your brother?
You know, I do not remember. At that point, I was already with Theo because I picked him up at 5:30. So we were already at home. Maybe I was in Skype.
Okay. What I'm trying to figure out is, did your brother give you the advice, and then immediately after that you sent the text?
And yes, and actually we didn't talk anymore because we were like so scared that someone is listening, someone is the big brother around, and watching all this, he was right.
Okay. Were you on the phone with anybody else on your cell phone while you were talking with your brother on Skype?
No, the only people I was talking was with Lynette, Ross, and that's all.
Okay. My question was a little different. It was, when you were talking with your brother on Skype, were you talking with somebody else at the same time on your cell phone? Did you have two conversations going on at once?
Asked and answered.
It was asked. I'm not sure it's been answered, but I mean, if this is the way you're going to spend your time, Mr. Keith, I'm not inclined to give you a lot more. You can answer the question.
Usually, what I do and how I talk with my family every day, we open the computer and they are there. So they see Theo playing. They can entertain Theo so I can cook. The computer is open and they are there. So I can be walking, talking by phone, and they can be playing with Theo so I can...
Ms.
yeah.
Lopez, I think you may have misunderstood my question. When you had this call with your brother on Skype,
Yes.
did you have another conversation going on your cell phone at the same time?
You know, this time was so busy. I was calling Lynette, calling Ross, calling back, talking with my brother, taking care of Theo. So I don't know if actually so many times, okay, goodbye, Ross is calling. Okay, Ross is calling right now. No, Lynette is calling. No, Pat, or whatever, cool. So I do not remember. Of course, I think I did. And I was feeding my son, cooking for my son, doing everything at the same time. I do not remember exactly if I was panicking also. I was
Okay.
betrayed.
Now, Ms. Lopez, did you release a statement to the press on January 5th to the effect that what was happening to your husband was wrong? Did you make a public press release on that date?
Hizo usted un comunicado de prensa el día 5 diciendo que lo que le estaba sucediendo a su esposo era una cosa, era mal hecha eso. O sea, it was wrong.
On January 5th,
Yes.
here or in Venezuela?
Here.
I think we got lawyers the same January 4th, and they advised do not talk with anybody.
Okay. Ms. Lopez, I'm not. I'm not asking that. That's not the answer to my question. The question that I asked you was, did you make a release to the press, just making a statement that what is happening here is wrong? I have absolutely no complaint against my husband. My husband has never been abusive to me. Ross and I are committed to our marriage, our son, and our family. On or around January 5th or 6th?
On January 5th? Yeah, yes, we did that
Okay.
through our lawyers.
Okay.
But I didn't have a communication or give any interview.
Okay.
That was January 5th or 6th?
I'm just asking, do you have a recollection?
No.
Okay. I'm going to approach the witness and show her a document to refresh her recollection. I'm happy to give it to the commission as well.
Just show it to opposing counsel.
Okay.
Is there an objection? Hold on. Hold on, Mr. Keith. Is there an objection to showing her the document to refresh?
Ms. Lopez, if you could just review that document and let me know whether it refreshes your recollection as to whether you made this release on January 5th or 6th.
The date was again?
January 5th or 6th.
And what is your question?
Does this document refresh your recollection as to whether you made a press release on January 5th or 6th?
Yes.
Okay. And you did?
Yes.
Okay. And
When? 5th? Is that what we've established?
Yes, now I remember. They closed.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
I just was confused.
Thank you.
Okay. So there was a release on there was a release on the 5th.
Yes.
Okay. And did Jim Stearns assist in that release?
I wrote this with my lawyer, and then I think they check everything and they were agreed.
Jim Stearns was agreed.
I was not present.
Okay.
I
Objection,
think,
relevance.
yeah.
Okay.
Sustained.
The relevance is going to become clear in just a moment. I have to lay a foundation to get there. Okay. Did Mr. Stearns work on your husband's campaign for sheriff?
De su esposo en campaña para ser sheriff.
Yes.
Okay, and was he involved in getting this release out to the press?
En lograr que este comunicado de prensa llegara a la prensa.
I think he was trying to help Ross, but I made this with my attorney.
Okay.
Well, sounds like there's no personal knowledge, so I'll move to strike the answer.
I think it's clear. Her lack of personal knowledge is apparent to the
Okay.
commission.
Was Lynette Peralta Haynes involved in getting this statement out to the press?
Algo con que este comunicado de prensa saliera a la prensa. No Peralta Haynes no fue con esto.
Well, I think you have my phone records, but I think after this day we didn't talk too much again, and actually I don't have any other. I don't have any contact with her because she was in a high-risk pregnancy, and all this was so stressful for her.
So the police called you on January 5th, correct?
Usted el 5 de enero, ¿verdad?
Yes.
Okay, and you told the police that your neighbor was nuts and your neighbor was broke and she was trying to get attention, correct?
Pues su vecino estaba.
Broke, yeah.
Estaba en
Okay. You never said to the police that your neighbor was your attorney, did you?
vecina era su abogada, ¿no es cierto?
At that moment, no.
No, not on that call on the 5th with the
No,
police.
in
Okay.
that call I didn't.
In fact, you told the police to contact your attorney, who at that time was Cheryl Wallace.
En ese momento era Sheriff Wallace, su abogada.
Yes.
Okay. And Cheryl Wallace shared office space with the attorney, with your husband's first attorney, Robert Wagner.
Al lado de su esposo, o sea, Robert Wagner.
Yes, I think so, yes.
Okay. And you gave an interview to a Venezuelan radio station on January 17th.
Venezolana
Yes.
Okay. You were asked in that interview what your relationship was with Ivory Madison.
con Ivory Madison.
Yes.
You said that Ivory Madison was a friend.
Son era una amiga suya.
Yes.
You said that Ivory Madison was a neighbor.
Son era una vecina.
Yes.
And in that January 17th interview, you never referred to Ivory Madison as your lawyer.
Nunca se refirió a Ivory Madison.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, after Ms. Wallace, you got a new attorney, Ms. Canny, correct?
Wallace, usted se consiguió nueva abogada, la abogada Candy, ¿verdad?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you direct your attorney to go to the criminal court
Que acudía a la corte penal.
to try and keep the video from being used against your husband in his case?
Objection. That appears to infringe upon attorney-client communications.
It's a direction to an attorney. It's not a
Miss-
request for legal advice.
Ms. Canny, you're her attorney. I'll allow you to speak on it if you want to.
It's privileged.
I think you're right. Sustained.
Okay. Now, I think the privilege is waived if you look at paragraph 23 of Ms. Lopez's declaration. And I should say paragraph 24 as well.
What part of 24 are you relying upon?
It says Ross was not ever involved in my efforts to assert my right to claim the attorney-client
Yeah.
privilege to my conversation with Ivory, as well as my right to control the dissemination of the video. I mean, perhaps I can explore the
Wait a second.
basis
Was-
for that.
that was. I thought that was. I thought you agreed to strike that from the declaration. I don't think it's.
That's right. They objected.
It's still a basis to
and
claim
we
waiver.
accepted it.
It may
Not
not
in-
be in, but if it's
No,
if
we're
it's
not,
been
going to do a
disclosed.
waiver of attorney-client privilege over this. No. Is there any dissenting view from the commission?
Did you meet with your husband's first attorney, Mr. Wagner?
Primer abogado de su esposo, se llama
In the inaugural, we were all together, yes.
No, your husband's first criminal attorney, Robert Wagner.
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you provide your husband's attorneys with information about Ivory Madison?
Objection. Relevance.
I can explain the relevance if the commission wants to hear argument.
Okay, briefly.
One of the claims in this case has been that the sheriff, that one of the acts that fell below the standard of decency was the way that he treated a complaining witness in this case, and I'm entitled, I think, to explore the extent to which his attorneys who acted on his behalf were trying to get negative information about Ivory Madison.
Well, this is going to implicate all kinds of attorney-client privileges.
There is no attorney-client privilege as between Ms. Lopez and
How
Sheriff
does he know
Mirkarimi's
there wasn't a
attorneys.
joint defense agreement here?
I'm going to sustain the objection because your proffer to me is far removed from the foundation of the question.
Okay. Ms. Lopez, at any time during the defense of your husband's criminal case, did you meet with people who were not attorneys
que no eran
and provide them with information about Ivory Madison?
Objection. Relevance.
That one I'll allow. Overruled.
What was the question?
I'm sorry.
During the defense of your husband's criminal case, did you meet with people who weren't attorneys and give them information about Ivory Madison?
Your Honor, sir, could I pose an objection on this because I think it is privilege. I can approach you and explain. I don't know what he's getting at.
So you're saying that communications with non-attorneys are going to be covered by the attorney-client privilege?
Yes, Your Honor, a work product. I can go up and explain to you if you want, sir.
I can rephrase the question. I think Ms. Canny is trying to get at attorney investigators, so I can try to exclude that.
Is that right? Okay. Thank you for working that out.
So, Ms. Lopez, during the defense of your husband's criminal case, did you give information about Ivory Madison to political consultants?
From Ivory Madison?
Did you give information about Ivory Madison to political consultants?
I'm sorry. I'm going to interpose a relevance objection to this entire line of questioning, because whatever this witness did, unless it can be tied to the sheriff, just doesn't seem to have any relevance to the inquiry. So,
Mr. Keith, I mean, I presume when you say you're going to be able to get to relevance, that you are going to be able to tie it to the sheriff. Is that? I mean, is that?
I think the inference. I think the legitimate inference can be drawn. I mean, given the attorney-client privilege, it's. I can't explore whether there were conversations that went from person to attorney to person, but I certainly can argue the inference if I establish these facts.
Okay, let's get the consultant question out, and let's see what the answer is. But we're about to cut you off.
Yeah, I'm close to being finished. Very close.
Let me see if I understand. Do you want to know if I talk with the consultants, Ross's consultants, if I give information?
About Ivory Madison to your husband's political consultants during the defense of his criminal case?
I was always talking with Cheryl, with my attorney. I saw, are you referring to Jim? What is the name of the consulting?
well then, objection. The question seems to be vague.
The witness may have a hard time understanding.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I don't know which consulting.
Okay. Any of them.
Well, I hope Rose had more consultants, but we don't have money for even during the campaign. We didn't have any consulting.
Ms.
So just
Lopez,
Jim.
is that a no? Are you saying no?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Lopez, there's still a stay-away order in effect against your husband.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. Ms. Lopez, do you have any plans to testify at the Hall of Justice tomorrow regarding the stay-away order against your husband before you go back to Venezuela?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Nothing further.
Thank you.
May I make a suggestion? We need a break. Okay, well, we need a break, but what I was going to suggest, and maybe you want to think about it, is I'd like to just reserve any redirect. I assume the commissioners may have some questions, and what I might want to ask, I don't want to be duplicative. If I could reserve mine, and mine will be brief till after the commissioners have gotten their answers, I think that might be more efficient.
Mr. Keith?
As long as I'll get a chance to do recross after the redirect, that's fine.
What do the commissioners think?
Prefer that we ask our questions after the attorneys have completed.
That's generally my preference, too. Ms. Lopez, how are you doing? Do you need a break? And if not, how much longer do you think you could go before a break?
I think all of us are in the same situation. So, as shorter as this, I am open, whatever is better for all of you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
How about our court reporter? Okay, let's take a break.
Okay.
Can we be back at 7:15? 7:20. Let's call it 7:20. Thank you.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Mabel? Mabel?
I don't
Mabel?
even
Can we get the witness? Can we get the witness?
The question on
Yes,
but not related to.
that would be a collateral issue.
Okay.
The ultimate.
Yes.
But Bev probably has it figured out. Bev probably has it figured out.
Okay, we're back in session, although we are missing our witness.
And her.
Counsel, while we're waiting, my plan for the rest of the evening is we finish Ms. Lopez, we go to the Flores testimony, the rebuttal exhibits, Lemon declaration, Sheriff's request for impeachment testimony, and then we want to talk to you about what evidentiary findings and briefing we would like in advance of August 16th. Please. Ms. Lopez, you understand that you're still under oath?
Yes.
Thank you. And same for the interpreter.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
Mr. Kopp, please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Lopez.
Good evening.
Have you had a chance to read the declaration that Ivory Madison submitted for these proceedings?
Yes.
And did you see in her declaration what she said about the conversation that the two of you had January 1st?
Yes.
Okay. Are the things that Ms. Madison said that you said during that conversation accurate? Are they true?
No, it's a lot of misunderstanding.
Okay. Now, you remember where Ms. Madison wrote in the declaration that you told her that after you and Ross and Theo returned to your house, that inside the apartment, Ross was pushing and pulling and grabbing you? Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you already testified that when you were grabbed the one time in the car, you had a bruise on your arm, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if Ross was pushing and pulling and grabbing you inside your apartment, as Ms. Madison claims, wouldn't you have had a few more bruises?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
I'm sure, because I bruise really easily. I don't have any bruise right now because, but just Theo playing with me, I get bruised.
Okay. Did Ross ever push or pull or grab you inside your house that day on December 31st?
Not the day and never.
Okay. Now, you went over to Miss Madison's house, and that was also on January 1st when you made that video, correct?
Yes.
And before you made the video, you had had some conversation with Miss Madison. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what kinds of things did Miss Madison tell you on January 1st about what might happen if you and Ross did not stay together and if there was a divorce and a custody dispute?
She said that I was right to feel concerned about my immigration status. It's a lot of immigrant women who are deportable for so many reasons, and the government take the kids. Also, she told me he's an American citizen. Imagine if he goes to a lawyer, and also, thanks God that didn't happen, and was not Ross who was accusing me of domestic violence, because I could be deportable immediately, and they will take Theo, and who knows when.
And when you start, how was it that you made the video? Whose suggestion was that? Was that yours or was that Miss Madison's?
I have a TV producer in Venezuela, like a little company. So at home I have a lot of cameras, and actually I record myself all the time to send castings to Venezuela, to Miami, to Mexico. So if I want to record myself, I could do it at my home by myself. I do it all the time. When I was with her, she told me, you have to record this. You need an evidence. And I will keep this evidence. And how I say in the video, this is just in case Ross tried to take Theo away from me. If we doesn't go through therapy, if this happen again, who knows? He get mad and he decide, I want just Theo for me. I am covered because I can be deportable.
Okay, and on the video you do
And
appear...
at that moment, excuse me, at that moment I didn't have a green card yet.
Okay. And on the video you do appear to be upset, either crying or you'd been crying. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, were you crying about what had happened between you and Ross and that incident when he grabbed you, or were you crying about all these possibilities about what might happen that Miss Madison had just explained to you?
If you see the video, I start the video upset, of course. I was angry for so many reasons. But the moment when I start to cry is when I talk about Theo. That is the point that made me cry in the video when I said, he can take away Theo from me. That is exactly, if you see the video clearly, is that the moment when I feel that emotion came.
Okay. And as you sit here today, do you regret ever making the video?
Absolutely.
Why?
Objection, relevance.
You know, I'm going to withdraw the question, actually.
Okay.
Now, you were just questioned for quite a long time about conversations that you had with with Lynette Peralta Haynes, and then also talking to your husband on January 4th, right?
Yes.
And did Sheriff Mirkarimi, did your husband ever tell you not to talk to the police or anybody else about this incident?
No.
As a matter of fact, when he learned that you had made a video, what was his reaction?
He was hit down in the floor.
Did he talk about whether or not there was anything he could do to stop some investigation that might be underway?
No, he even didn't want to answer the phone. He was completely demoralized and just sit down.
And in fact, when you suggested, hey, call ex-Sheriff Hennessy, or Sheriff Hennessy, he was still sheriff at that time, or call somebody, use your power to do something, he told you that he could not and would not, right?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What was his response when you said call Sheriff Hennessy or somebody else to try to stop this?
He said no, he cannot do it. He cannot do anything.
Okay.
Also, in fact, that day, after even in the street, first in the street, he was just sit down, and people was passing around us, and he didn't say anything. And I said, okay, we have to think, Ross. We have to do something. I believe we can do something. This is wrong. So she doesn't have my permission to do this. I thought this was confidential. And that night, when Lynette was calling me and calling him and he didn't answer, she called me and I say, okay, he doesn't want to do anything. He's just sit down doing nothing. So please talk with him. And she said, okay, you have to go somewhere. So I told him, okay, you have to react. Take the phone. We need lawyers. I'm going to put everything together, and we are going to sleep in Pat house. And it was me who was putting everything together, taking care of Theo. It was me who was pushing him. And actually, I remember when he was arrested, we were here in the sheriff office, and we were walking outside, and was a lot of press out there. And was the sheriff staff next to us, and Ross was panicked. He was so sad. And I just stopped him, and it was me who took him. I say, you won the election, stay strong, we will win this. So that picture that is completely wrong.
Which picture?
That Lynette is telling me what to do. The only person who told me the wrong thing, and I did, was Ivory making the video. But actually at home, he is the person who is afraid I leave him. He's the person who is afraid I can take Theo away from me. He is the person who is, because I know that he knows how I am.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Redirect, Mr. Keith?
No redirect.
Questions from the commissioners for Ms. Lopez? Commissioner Liu. Can you see each other?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Good evening, Ms. Lopez.
Good evening.
So I think earlier tonight you testified that the video was truthful.
Yes.
Is that correct?
It was. It is.
Okay. So in the video, you say that this is the second time this is happening. What were you referring to?
This is the second time that we talk about divorce, and it's so hard for us. Well, it's so hard for me. And actually, the first time this happened was the moment when I think that was really his mistake, and that was really the wrong thing he did. Put the fear inside me, saying that he will fight to gain custody.
Okay, so let me stop you there. So I think in the video you were pointing to your bruise when you said this is the second time it's happening. So are you saying that you were not referring to your bruise when you said this is the second time it's happening?
I was pointing my bruise in that moment? I don't think so.
I thought you were, but you go ahead and answer.
I said this is the second time this is happening, and I remember that, and I was referring to our fight and my fear that he will take Theo away from me. And that is that I said in the video.
Okay. And so in the video you also say that you were going to use it just in case he was going to try to take Theo away from you. And you were going to use it because he said that he was very powerful and could do that. So did Sheriff Mirkarimi say that he was very powerful?
Yeah, how I said before, he never used that words. Was not his statement, was my conclusion. For example, I can say, I think Peter Keith attacked me and was rude. That is my conclusion. And maybe some people will agree with me, but if you take out of context and you say, he attacked you, he jumped over you, no, Actually, he didn't.
So let me stop you there.
So it's my conclusion.
Okay. So what did Sheriff Mirkarimi say that led you to the conclusion that he believed he was very powerful?
Well, we had a long conversation, and he told me that he will fight to gain custody, and he will use being American, and the divorce are not happy and are not easy. And when you talk about that, usually you are angry, and I think we both regret to say a lot of things at that point.
And when did that conversation take place, when Sheriff Mirkarimi said that he would fight to gain custody because he was American?
In March 2011.
In March of 2011.
That was the first time we brought that situation.
Okay. Did he say it again on December 31st, 2011, during the fight you had with him then?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Han.
Bienvenida, señora López.
Ay, gracias.
Quisiera hacer las preguntas en español, pero para que todos entiendan mejor.
Le
el
agradezco
inglés y ella
muchísimo. Muchas
puede
gracias.
dar la-
Wave reporter.
The court reporter is authorized
Yeah,
by the state
yeah,
of California and licensed by the state of California to report only in the official language of the courts.
I'll translate for you. But
Thank you.
y tuve la oportunidad de vivir en Caracas por una temporada, así que conozco bien Venezuela y Caracas.
¿Hace cuánto tiempo?
Bueno, en los 70.
Cuando era
That's it.
Caracas bellísima.
Sí.
When my beautiful city was even more beautiful.
So, do you want me to translate that?
opportunity
So,
to look
welcome,
at Caracas back in the
welcome.
70s.
And if I could, I would ask all the questions in Spanish for your
Thank you.
ease. However, so that everyone can understand, it's probably better if I do it in English. And I wanted to add that, I lived in Caracas for a certain period of time, but back in the 70s, when Caracas was a fabulous city, and I
It is.
enjoyed my stay there very much. So,
Thank you.
I have a number of questions for you. My first question is, in January, when all of these events took place, December 31st, January, how long had you lived in this country in San Francisco?
3 years, around 3
3
years.
years?
Yes, actually, I moved to San Francisco December 12, 2008.
Okay,
So I was exactly 3 years in December.
okay. So you have said that you turned to Ivory Madison in this troubling moment because she was your friend and neighbor. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, did you have other friends to whom you could have turned, particularly Spanish-speaking friends? Had you formed friendships with people, formed a community here in San Francisco in those 3 years, or were you isolated?
No, actually, I'm not like very social, but I have few friends, Spanish speakers. Also, in my class, I was teaching on Saturdays. I create a class for toddlers to share my acting skills with Theo and other kids. And then I built a friendship with at least 3 of the mothers in my group. And I talk with them regularly, and I have another friend from Colombia here in San Francisco that I talk all the time. And also my best friends from all my life, one lives in London and the other one is living now in Mexico, and we talk all the time too.
Yet you did not turn to any of these friends to discuss your domestic violence incident. Why is that?
Actually, in December 31st, I had a long conversation with my dad, and then I talked with my brother, and then I talked with my mom, and I didn't mention anything like that. And I didn't talk with them or any friend because I thought it was not relevant to talk with them about this.
Why did you feel it was relevant to talk to your neighbor, Ivory Madison?
I remember that she called me December 21st in front of Ross, and she said, can you come tomorrow at 9 a.m. so we can plan our goals for the new year, And I said, Ross, can you take care of Theo tomorrow at 9 a.m.? Yes, I can. Okay. Yes, I will be there. And how I was mad with Ross, I said, perfect. He goes to the park and I go to see her. When
You
I
went to see her.
That was the
you
conversation December 31st. We planned for the next day. The next day, January 1st, I went to her home and she started to talk about she is in therapy, and she mentioned my therapist told me that I have anger issues. And I thought, really? Anger issues, and you have therapists. You know, I think I will like the number of your therapist, because I want to share this with you and I want your professional opinion about this. I had this problem with Ross, and that was the way how I start the conversation with. And I remember clearly when she mentioned that, I said, that is really interesting, and I really need your professional opinion about this. But when I say professional opinion, it's not as a writer, it's about lawyer, because she's always repeating me she's a lawyer.
Did she understand what you meant by that when you said professional experience? I mean, did she understand, and did you make it very clear that you were seeking official legal counsel? Did you actually say those words?
I said it, and her response was, of course, I will help you. I have been in court so many times. I know how it works. When she
let me just stop you right there.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So it's one thing to say, I will help you. It's another thing to say, I will act as your attorney. Did she ever say that she would act as your legal counsel, as your lawyer?
She said, I will take care of you. This is confidential. We need to make evidence. I will keep the evidence. We have our office, and Abe is an attorney. I have been in court so many times. She has been telling me for so many times she is a lawyer, using that words. I am a lawyer.
So
she didn't
in this
use
conversation, is it possible that at that point there could have been either language issues or some kind of cultural misunderstanding in terms of what she heard from you and what you heard from her? Is that a possibility?
It is.
Do you have any understanding of why she might have been so upset or concerned, I should say, for your situation after you described this incident to her? Can you understand that she would have been very worried about you or very concerned for your safety? I mean, because you seem surprised in some of your comments about her reaction and her desire to call the police about all of these events.
Yes, on January 1st, she was not concerned about my safety. She said, I'm so sorry this happened to you. You don't deserve this. And I say, of course I don't deserve this. I think this is wrong. And this is a warning call. And I was very clear with Ross about that. And we made the decision to, I think finally he understood that we need therapy and we need counseling. And she offered to look in for counseling on January 1st. She switched from January 1st to January 4th to all this, you have to call the police, screw him. And was not even in January 4th, she was not afraid of my safety at all. She was not concerned about my safety. I was there. I walk around and go Actually, I talked with all the people I wanted. So she was not afraid. She was trying to, the words that she used, screw him.
Yeah, you've made various references to that term. It's an idiomatic expression in English and often doesn't mean something really horrible. It's just like, you take care of yourself. Don't worry about him, screw him. I don't know. You make it sound as if you felt that she had ulterior meanings to that. We don't know, do we?
Well, as a family, I cannot talk about that way to my husband, to my son, to my father, to my brother.
But your husband, even if you're in the middle of a potential divorce, you wouldn't think of him that way?
I was so angry because he could think in that way in March 2011, and he put that fear that he will fight against me. But in December 31st, and right now, I think in our heart, I will never, what we were looking for is like the best for Theo. And this is always, I repeat that to him. And in December 31st, I told him, if we are not happy, if you cannot understand me, if this is too much for you, we can do a divorce in a nice way. Good for you, good for me.
In terms of domestic violence in our society, and particularly in San Francisco, which is a very progressive city in terms of how we deal with a lot of women's rights issues, were you aware of our attitudes, and also in terms of legalities? If I'm a neighbor and I know that some kind of domestic violence has taken place, I don't need your permission to call the police. So I'm surprised that you would think that about Ivory Madison's attitude, or even anybody else's attitude, about what you had clearly described as a domestic violence incident, and that would possibly be of great concern to whomever you told.
It is why I called Lynette, because I was thinking maybe I'm not getting that this is domestic violence. So I called her, and she explained me that domestic violence is a lot of things. A grab my arm is not domestic violence. Domestic violence implies abuse, implies verbally abuse, implies a lot of other things. So she checked with me, and I said, no, any of that happened. So just an isolated incident when actually the bruise, I helped to make the bruise because I pulled my arm away. Because for me, that he touching me is not acceptable.
But you didn't, it sounds to me as if you didn't include that information about pulling your arm away when you were first telling your neighbor and friend, Ivory Madison, about the incident, nor when you told Callie Williams, your upstairs neighbor, about the incident. And then, of course, you called Lynette Peralta. So you were actually telling a lot of people about something that sounded very troubling and perhaps criminal. Perhaps, did you not understand that? And that there was the potential for this information to be relayed or to get out of your hands and be relayed to the police?
No, I didn't.
You never thought that that could happen?
I never thought. I was so naive.
And particularly with the video. I mean, you did participate in that video.
Well, yes. When she told me, you need evidence to protect yourself because Ross just got elected sheriff. So if he really wants, you are not working. If he doesn't want to give you any money, how you are going to pay lawyers? If he wants to say you did something, you are completely deportable. So this is an old boy network. So
that. And yes. I understand your panic and your fear. Is there any chance, would you say, that you exaggerated the extent of this incident when you were describing it to these various individuals, so that they may have gotten an impression that it was a far more serious incident than perhaps you have said since then?
I remember that I told Ivory, and also I told Callie, that in my heart I didn't want to divorce Ross. In my heart, I feel actually seeing one email. I think he's a victim of his circumstances. He was a little boy.
Okay, we don't need to.
Yes.
We don't need
so
to hear that.
I understand that, and I understand his irrational fear. And as a mother and as a wife, I should support him. So my first step
So you
is
feel
work
you
on
should
with
support
him.
your husband even if he grabs your arm and creates an injury in an incident like that?
Maybe if I am scared that he can take Theo away from me and he ignore my fear, maybe I will do the same thing, I think.
Thank you.
Commissioner Studley, Commissioner Rennie.
Good evening, Ms. Lopez.
Good evening.
And I'll try to be brief because you've had a long session here. But I was unclear from the answers that you gave to just now. What was the reason you went down on January 1st to meet with Ivory Madison? You were the one who set up the appointment that you were going to come and meet with her, did you not?
No. She called me on December 31st, and we have the call in the records. She called me. She said, "We are here making cookies, and I want to talk with you about our goals. Do you want to come over? Do you want we go right now?" And that night, Ross was in bed watching a movie with Thea. So I said, "Okay, this is not a good moment for you." And Ross was not really too happy with them. We decided to try to push them away a little bit because we had another incident who was so bad for Ross's image that they did. And I know he didn't want to see them. So I said, this is not a good moment. So let's plan for tomorrow. And she said, okay, I will be here January 1st at 9 a.m. Can you come over? Yes.
Okay, so it's your testimony that the motivating force to go down there or go down and speak with her was Ivory rather than yours.
She invited me to talk about it, the goals in the year.
And at some point in time when you got down there, you started relating to her what had happened on December 31st?
Yes.
And I take it that you told her about Ross taking you to lunch, you and Theo to lunch, and then getting angry and turning around and what you've testified to, right? Is that what you told Ivory?
Yes, on January 1st, I came to her home. I brought the New Year's card. Abe took Gracie for a walk, or I don't know where, and I was talking with her, and she started like...
No, but I'm asking what you told
yes, but
her.
I told her, I want your opinion about this.
All right. So you asked her for her opinion. In the course of that, did you tell her that you had been audio recording the words that were being spoken in the car?
Yes.
And was that a true statement?
It is true. It was true.
Did you still have that recording?
No.
What did you do with it?
I record him, and he knows that. I record him in the car. So I said, I want you to listen to yourself later. And then we came home, and I said, do you want to listen? When we were just talking like we need to do therapy, I said, do you want to listen to yourself?
Now, was that the time,
December
the first time
31st.
you asked him?
The first time?
You seem to have said that in the car you played it for him, but now you're saying you played it for him in the house.
No. In the car, I didn't play him. I record him.
Right.
And since I was recording him, and I said, recording, I want you to listen to yourself.
Right.
And when we went at home, I said, do you want to listen? no, of course no, blah, blah, blah. And I delete it. And then we start to talk, and he was saying, again, you are going to take Theo away from me. And I say, okay, I'm going to record you again. Because this is completely, I'm not going to take Theo away from anybody.
Mm-hmm. And
then I deleted, I don't know, I don't remember at what point I deleted.
Didn't you tell Ivory Madison that the reason why you were recording was that you could use it if you got into some kind of a custody fight with Ross?
No. Actually, she told me, you have to keep that as an evidence as well.
Okay. Now, when you made the video, you intended that to be maintained so that if Ross threatened to take your son away from you, that you could use that in court, right?
The video.
Yes.
To use it in case he take Theo away from me.
Yeah. So that the idea was that you could use it in court.
If we get in a nasty divorce, yes.
And so you understood that whatever you were going to say on the video had to be the absolute truth.
Yes.
And the words that you used were not words that Ivory Madison gave to you. They were your words, were they not?
She also told me a lot of different things that I really didn't get it. I didn't understand what she said. But she used the words, say that he pushed you and pulling and all that thing. And when I was talking, I was saying, that didn't happen. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say the truth. This happened yesterday.
And what you said on the tape was the truth?
Yes. He grabbed my arm. Yes.
Was it your... strike that. Had you on prior occasions consulted and talked with Ivory about your relationship with Ross?
As a friends, yeah. She shared with me things about, even Abe shared with me things about Ivory, and I shared, of course.
With you. I'm asking,
yes,
did you share with her over time incidents relating to your relationship with Ross?
Yes.
And those incidents, let's try that. How frequently did you do that, say, in the 12 months prior to December 31?
¿Qué seguido compartía usted comentarios acerca de su esposo en los 12 meses anteriores, 31 de diciembre?
Yes. If you check the emails, they are in a period of a year. So that means I was checking yesterday. That means that it's around 1 or 2 emails. Most of them are in March when we were back and forward emails because she suggests we look for a cleaner together, so maybe it could be cheaper, a person who comes few hours to my home, few hours to her home. So most of the emails are in March, like I didn't count it, but most of them are like 2 or 3 each month, per month. So that means that we see each other every Saturday, but it was not that I was visiting her or actually on December, after she helped Ross with money, I remember I told Ross, I think we should start to be nicer with them because they look like they're trying to be with us. She's calling me all the time, and I was checking records, and I have a lot of calls from her, and I didn't answer. So it's not like we were talking every day or once per week. It's like twice per month.
Well, Ms. Lopez, I'm not asking about
how
only
often?
Emails. I'm just saying that when you met with Ivory from time to time and discussed with her problems that you were having in your relationship with Ross.
The only problems I share with her are the problems in the emails.
The problems when?
In the email.
In the emails.
All right.
The only information I share with her
And you say in the emails maybe is 2 or 3 times a month.
Yes.
All right. And in any of those occasions when you were sharing these problems with her, did you tell her you were sharing them with her because she was an attorney?
No, at that point, no.
It was because she was you
She was
considered
my
her
friend.
a friend,
Yeah.
and she considered you a friend,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And in a sense, on December 31st, your discussion with her, which you say was initiated by her, was not a conversation where you had gone to her and said, I want to hire you as my lawyer and tell you about an incident.
No, I didn't use that. Actually, I didn't pay Ivory the same way I didn't pay Paula.
Now, on January 4th, you had a discussion, or you text Ms. Haynes because you wanted to talk to her about the December 31st incident. Isn't that correct?
El 4 de enero usted le mandó un mensaje texto a la señora Haynes porque usted quería conversar con ella acerca del incidente del 31 de diciembre.
To Lynette, yes.
And you were fairly persistent in trying to reach Ms. Haynes for that purpose, were you not?
Yes, I want to realize if that were really domestic violence.
Now, had you ever, prior to the time that you were texting her about this, had you ever spoken with Ms. Haynes about any of your personal problems in your relationship with Ross?
No, maybe just comments during the campaign, like Ross doesn't eat, Ross, everybody gets sick and nobody can follow his rhythm, these kind of things.
And you then had I think it was close to a 40-minute conversation with Ms. Haynes. And in that conversation, did you describe to her what had happened on December 31st?
Yes.
And what, if any, response did she give to you when you told her those facts?
What was her response?
What did she say in response?
She said she was asking me more questions and she was explaining me domestic violence is not just one thing, it's a lot of things. So you have to know you are in a domestic violence situation implied a lot of different things. So just one isolated thing, maybe it's not. However, that doesn't mean that it's right. That is wrong. And you need to be very serious and to take this very serious. And we need to take Ross to counseling because he has to realize that is wrong.
And at the end of that conversation, did you ask her to do anything to assist you?
If I ask her for assistance?
Yes.
No, I asked her for if she has some referrals, like could be a private, no, a public. She recommended La Casa de las Madres. And then she called me again and said, well, no, that is public, and Ross is the sheriff, so maybe that is not a good idea. Maybe we need something private to help to the privacy. And she also called me later and said, I've been thinking maybe you need a family, not just a couple. You need something with a family.
I'm not sure I understood. The first thing you said, she suggested doing what? Going to
suggesting recommending a therapist?
Yes.
Yes.
And then she said maybe
it's better
it should be private.
For a family. Yeah, oh, yes. She recommended La Casa de las Madres.
Right.
And then we say, well, but that is something public, and we want to keep it private.
Right. And was she the one who suggested that maybe you should keep it private rather than going public?
I do not want anybody knows my things. I didn't want to be exposed in this way.
No, my question
And
was,
at that point,
is she the one who suggested, rather than going to La Casa, to go private?
Fue ella la que sugirió que en vez de acudir a la casa de las madres, acudieran al sector privado. Si fue de ella esa idea.
I think was a conversation
Okay.
between both of us.
But you don't recall?
I really don't recall. Maybe
Whether
it was
you were the
maybe it
one?
was both.
Okay.
Of course I don't want. But she said that is public and that is for everybody, and I don't want that.
Now, at that time, when you had this conversation with Ms. Haynes, had you told Ross that you had discussed the incident with
With someone?
your neighbor?
Oh. I told him on January 4th in the afternoon when I met him in the street around 4:35.
But before that, had you
No.
ever advised him that you told two of your neighbors on January 1st about the incident?
If I told Ross?
Did you tell Ross that at any time
No.
till this time you say you met him on the street? Now, you had a conversation with Ms. Haynes where you put
Where I what?
your neighbor on the telephone, correct?
Oh, yes.
Right. And why did you do that?
Because I thought Ivory was not understanding me, what I was trying to say. So I said Lynette knew the incident because I explained that to her. And I told her, Ivory called the police. So tell her this is not what I want. Help me.
And in this second conversation with Ms. Haynes, was the first time that you found out that the police had been informed?
Yes, like five minutes before.
And you had learned that from Ivory?
Yes. She found me in the street and she said, Eliana, you are going to kill me. I called the police. No, actually she said, I just called the police and the police is coming in her way. Was out actually until I read her declaration that she knew she opened the investigation at noon.
Now, you had a series of, following that conversation, you had a series of conversations with Ms. Haynes on the afternoon of January 4th. Were these, what was the substance of those conversations?
Yes, after I knew about Ivory calling the police, I felt betrayed. I felt that I betrayed Ross. I was just, what is going to happen with Theo? I was panicking.
So you were obviously and understandably very upset that this matter was now possibly going to become a matter of public knowledge, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that all the conversations that you had with Ms. Haynes from that point on January 4th, were primarily talking about how can we sort of stop this from blowing up?
Actually, at that point with Lynette, no. I was just talking, I was saying what is going to happen, how she could do this. She told me this is confidential. Then when I was walking to to City Hall, I realized, oh my gosh, the video. So I was, actually at some point I was walking through the City Hall. No, I have to go back to I already know what I'm going to do, so go back. I was just completely, I didn't know what to do.
But all I'm talking about focusing is on your conversations.
It was actually exactly
Where
the
there
same
were a
thing.
number of conversations with Ms. Haynes on some of which were on January 4th, some of which were initiated by you, and some of which were initiated by her. And I'm saying, is it fair to say the substance of them was trying to figure out how you could deal with this problem?
El tema básico de esas conversaciones, algunas iniciadas por ella, algunas iniciadas por usted, el tema básico era cómo se podía enfrentar a esta situación, este problema.
I think we start to think what we are going to do
Yes.
around 7 p.m.
Yes.
when we said, and she said, she called me and she said, Ross is not answering and both of you need a lawyer. And I said, oh my gosh, of course, that is what we need, a lawyer.
Okay.
I was, before 7 p.m., was just how this could happen, how I could trust it, how she could do this. Call Ross. Did you get Ross? Call him. I'm walking in the street. Did you get him? Did you? Okay, Ross is no. That
All right.
was there.
Okay. And I would direct your attention to the Exhibit 80, which counsel asked you about. And I think you have a copy, and if you would look at the
Oh, I gave you that back, right?
I'm happy to try and locate the
Would you-
particular message.
It's the one, the January 4th, at the 6:01 p.m.
If you
Okay,
read it, I
found
know what you are talking about. Thank you.
You see where you text, don't write any other things. Answer Lynette's call. She has
Exactly.
some advices. And you're asked about that. What specific advices did you, or were you referring to when you said that?
I think was about lawyers, or she was trying to reach him, so how she could not reach him, she was calling me. But at this point, I was already with Theo, so I was not able to talk too much.
Is it your testimony that the advices that you were referring to were Ms. Haynes suggesting that you needed lawyers?
Yes,
That's the advice?
I think so. I think she was trying to tell me, I am trying to call him and he is not answering. So I text him, please answer Lynette because she has to talk with you.
And what was the reason why you were telling Ross, don't write any other thing?
Because after this, how I already said, I think at that moment I was in Skype with my brother, and I was like in Skype with my brother, and he said, close the Facebook page, because after this you don't know what the people can write or say. So close the Facebook, don't talk about anything, don't write anything. So I was, and how I know Ross doesn't answer, never answer the phone, and he connect through text messages, I say don't write anything. Don't write any other thing.
Well, if you,
Clearly he didn't follow my advice.
now you think that your conversation with your brother was before you sent this message about don't write anything.
I clearly remember my brother telling me, you have to shut down the Facebook page and be careful what you say and what you talk because you never know what this is going to be like.
As far as the timing of that call, though, would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a document dated January 5th, the next day, at 4:15, where you text, you have to close the comments in your text, in your Facebook. So no one can make a comment. Our phone maybe are already be checked. Wasn't that the message you sent following the conversation with your brother?
Yes, because he didn't close anything.
And that was the day later?
Yes. And maybe 2 days later, he
further
didn't
questions.
still close the Facebook.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Thank you.
Commissioner Studley, do you have any questions?
No.
I have no questions. Ms. Lopez, thank you for flying all the way out here. We appreciate you being here. Ms. Canny, thank you for your help in arranging this.
Thank you.
The witness is excused.
Thank you so much.
We are going to take a short break for the court reporter, and we're going to do a little rearranging. So let's get back here at 8:25.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Okay, we are back in session. The next thing on the agenda is the objections to the Flores testimony. Mr. Kopp, will you be making those objections for the sheriff?
Yes, and there's an overarching relevance declaration, and that's based on the fact that we don't think any of this, what we see to be tangential evidence regarding expert opinion on domestic violence is necessary. There is a specific 352 objection that this will be an undue consumption of time for everybody and a waste of resources. And if this objection, or excuse me, if this transcript or transcripts of testimony is admitted, it will likely necessitate us offering at least one additional declaration from a witness that we had not thought we would need as part of the record. So, you know, I understand the mayor has made numerous objections to other issues that we proposed because they think under 352 it's a waste of time, and that's what we think about Ms. Flores' transcripts.
Any questions for Mr. Kopp from the commissioners? Ms. Kaiser, would you like to respond to those objections?
Sure. You know, we don't see the undue consumption of time argument because we submitted this transcript and testimony within days of when the fact witness declarations were submitted. We indicated that we were submitting it in lieu of, you know, a declaration because it was already testimony that had been cross-examined on this issue. So it's our position that it's too late now to say, oh, you know, if you let it in, we want to do some cross or we want to have a rebuttal witness or this opens a whole new door. If that was going to be the objection or if that was going to be the approach, it should have happened back when we were making those decisions about how to schedule this hearing. So that's our position on time. In terms of relevance of the issues, there are a couple things. One is, you know, we're hearing a lot these last 2 days. This was an incident, but it wasn't real domestic violence. I mean, that's a new defense we're hearing. And the power and control wheel and the cycle of violence are, you know, the key indicators of whether or not an event fits within a pattern of domestic violence. And in order to make that evaluation, you need information about the rest of the relationship and prior incidents and behavior patterns. So it's relevant for that purpose. The other thing it's relevant to is as rebuttal evidence because the sheriff testified during his testimony that he had never physically harmed a woman before and that he had never bruised a woman before. And I believe I have the transcript somewhere very nearby if you would like me to get it. But I think he may also have been asked if he had ever blocked anyone from leaving before. And, you know, this Flores testimony goes to all of those questions and is rebuttal evidence.
Mr. Kopp, are you contesting that there was an act of domestic violence that occurred on December 31st, 2011?
Well, again, I think it depends on how you define the term. My position is now and has been that what occurred does not need to have a label put on it. That what needs to be done here is you need to determine whether what he did, the act of grabbing his wife by the arm and leaving a bruise is official misconduct under the charter. And I think that there's been, in my opinion, an undue focus on that term, domestic violence.
Are you unable to answer my question, yes or no?
I answered it as best as I can. I think that it could be characterized as a domestic violence incident, yes. But to me, that just is immaterial to the question you have to decide.
I guess here's where I come down on this. I mean, in my view, I think I always understood that the domestic violence was not being really challenged, that there was an incident of domestic violence that occurred on the 31st. If it's not being challenged, to me, Flores is 352. It's more prejudicial than probative. I don't particularly see the point. If it's being challenged, though, I think Ms. Kaiser's got a point. I mean, if you're going to contest, you can't have your cake and eat it too. If you're going to contest that this was an act of domestic violence,
but that it was not.
That it was. If you're going to say it was not,
contest that, yes.
Then I think she is entitled to introduce evidence to support her claim, because her view is that if it was domestic violence, that's official misconduct, and that if I think her view is also if it wasn't domestic violence, then it's possible that the commission could deem that to be some lesser degree of harm that would go into our determination.
Well, I can tell you that you are not going to hear from me that this was not domestic violence. I'm going to be focusing on the actual act itself and not the label.
Sure, I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
So,
I welcome the views of my fellow commissioners.
Well, as I understand what you're saying is that assuming the events happened as there appears to be very little dispute over what happened, that you're saying whether you call it domestic violence or anything else, it's not an act which rises to the level of official misconduct.
absolutely. Sorry I couldn't answer your question that easily.
Any other questions for Mr. Kopp before we allow Ms. Kaiser a rebuttal?
Well, I guess going to Commissioner Rennie's point, do you mean the facts that are not disputed in terms of the incident in the car? Is there a dispute? I suppose there's a dispute. I thought I was hearing in some way about whether there was pushing, pulling, other acts that took place on that same date.
Yeah, the allegation that something physical occurred inside the house, that is in dispute.
So if we just take the incident in the car, is it your position that that was an act of domestic violence? I know you don't want to put a label on it, but are you, I don't know, are you answering the question of whether you're contesting it or not?
I'm not going to argue this was, that one specific incident was not an act of domestic violence, because to me that's just not the important question here. So I wish I could help by saying this is our position, it is or it is not, but I cannot, because I just don't think the label is significant. But I'm not going to say that was not domestic violence. No, I'm not going to say that.
You wouldn't stipulate that it was?
No.
Any other questions for Mr. Kopp? Ms. Kaiser?
I frankly think that even if Mr. Kopp would stipulate to the term domestic violence, that wouldn't make our evidence irrelevant or cumulative, because it's not really the term that controls, it's the act that we're trying to show and the significance of the act. We believe that the act is a true act of domestic violence that's placed within, properly understood, within the context that has been supplied by Nancy Lemon and again by Lynette Peralta Haynes. So I have to agree with Mr. Kopp that whether or not we'll both agree to say those two words and leave it at that and have you decide with no content, neither one of us really wants that. We want you to understand and explore the significance of the acts. And in order to do that, we, I believe, are permitted to submit this relevant evidence, and it is probative.
Okay, but if what fact in dispute are you using Ms. Flores' testimony to help prove?
We are trying to prove that this was not an insignificant.
Okay, I don't want sort of descriptive words. I want what fact, the actual piece of evidence, the thing that happened that will help, that Flores will help us decide.
Well, it will help you determine whether or not the act was more likely just a grab and an indignant pull away, or whether the act was more likely, in fact, a grab and a push against the wall. If I can't attach significance, I can at least point you to that factual dispute. And I believe the dispute is very significant. It happens within a context. But we have various descriptions of what happened, one minimizing and one that's ours.
Any questions for Ms. Kaiser? Okay, and my view is that in light of the argument of counsel and in light of the fact that we're not a jury, though I think it's very close and do not think it's particularly relevant, in light of the representations of counsel, I'd be inclined to let it in for the purpose of, to the extent it's relevant to helping us determine the severity of the conduct on December 31st, 2011, and to the extent it impeaches the sheriff's testimony. I don't recall that testimony specifically, but we'll let you argue it. At least that's my view, and I welcome the view of my fellow commissioners on it.
Well, I would be inclined to agree with you, Mr. Chairman, but I would caution the city attorney that when you file your proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law, if that's the form they're going to be in, and you're relying on any portion of the Flores testimony, you point specifically to that part so that we can decide whether or not it truly is relevant, because there are many portions. I've read the testimony. There are many portions of it that I think have nothing to do with this case, and particularly the allegations that there was some prior occasion with Mirkarimi with Ms. Flores. I will tell you now, I think that shouldn't be in at all. So don't you cite me that for some reliance on a finding of fact, you're going to have a tough time convincing me.
Commissioner Studley?
And I would agree with both of you about letting it in on a limited basis. I think the background on domestic violence and the analysis is helpful relative to some of the pattern in Ms. Lopez's testimony as well.
Ms. Kaiser, we're ruling in your way.
Okay, then I will be quiet.
Okay. So that, is there any dissenting view from the commissioners? Okay. Next item are the rebuttal exhibits from the sheriff. Mr. Kopp, do you have any objections to them?
I need to pull them up because I don't have a hard copy of what they want to put in.
Okay.
And while Mr. Kopp is pulling that up, we actually, we conferred during the break, and I raised an issue of a portion of the Callie-Williams declaration that had previously been excluded, and said, well, in light of Ms. Lopez's testimony, that I thought it was a prior inconsistent statement that could now come in. I spoke with Mr. Kopp. He has no objection, so I just wanted to, if that's acceptable to the commission.
No objection. I say
okay.
You can do it.
So the portion of that is, I mean, I don't even need to read it, but it's on paragraph 9, page 3, line 7, beginning with Ileana told me, and then through the end of that paragraph, which ends on line 11 with the words with her.
Any objection from the commissioners? Okay.
Yes, beginning with Ileana told me.
Do we have that? Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Kopp, have you found the exhibits?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any objection to 84 through 87?
Well, I think I had previously, I just want to make sure that the police report that we discussed yesterday is not included. Because
I think it is in that list.
I had made a hearsay objection. I understood that to be sustained last night. Was I?
I don't think we addressed it.
No?
Do you have a different recollection, Mr. Keith?
Oh, no, we did not address it. We
Okay.
discussed it, but we didn't
Yeah.
settle it.
I think we got rid of, or we said no rebuttal testimony from Becker.
Okay,
Right.
well, then I do have a hearsay testimony on this.
Okay. Which ones do you have an objection to?
On,
And are there any you're stipulating
Yes,
to?
85, the incident report hearsay.
Okay.
And then 87, relevance, and I'm happy to expand upon that. Because
Okay, well, let's, you may have to, but I don't think you will. Okay, so do I understand 84 and 86 are in by stipulation?
yes.
Okay, let's take 85 first. I think it is hearsay, isn't it, Mr. Keith? If you don't
Well-
have the officer to bring it in?
It does fall within the evidence code exception, evidence code 1280 for, it's an analogy to the business records exception, but it is for writings made by and within the scope of duty of a public employee about an act, condition, or event. This fits the bill. It's an incident report about the acts and events that occurred when they arrested Sheriff Mirkarimi and had a discussion about the guns. And under the case law, this provision applies to incident reports, and they come in administrative cases. I have a copy from an administrative practice book with a whole bunch of case sites, which I'm happy to supply to opposing counsel and the commission, but it should come in under that exception.
You could have submitted Becker's declaration instead of Danielle's, right? We gave you the option, as I recall.
That's right.
And you chose Danielle.
Yes.
I really don't see Becker's report as being anything new. I think it's cumulative, and I think we gave you the choice, and you made your election. So I would be inclined. Plus, I have not heard of police reports being able to come in under these kinds of circumstances. So I open it up to my fellow commissioners, but I'd be inclined to sustain the objection to 85.
May I ask Mr. Keith a question?
Yes, of course.
Can you indicate to us what is different about what we would learn that is different from what the affidavit that we already have, the declaration that we already have from the other officer? From the
No,
officer that we have?
it's correct. The chairman mentioned it was cumulative. That's true. It's consistent. And when you have a credibility battle, you want to get in as many witness statements on the facts as you can, and that's why we're submitting it. So I think, the sheriff had testimony one way, we had testimony this way, but there's nothing new.
The only thing that inclines me to ask or to have sympathy for this in light of what you've pointed out is the fact that it has been, that we know that there is an issue about it raised by the sheriff's testimony. But I defer to your greater knowledge of evidence.
That may be a mistake.
No.
Any other views as this from the commissioners about whether this should be admitted? Okay, then 85 should be excluded. 87 is a video of Mr. Wagner talking to a reporter. I have a very hard time seeing the relevance of that, Mr. Keith.
Yeah. Well, the reason that the video is offered is because, as we've argued, and as I argued earlier tonight, that there's been a pattern of basically mistreatment of a reporting witness by a law enforcement official, and it's continuing. And this is basically belittling and making fun of the reporting witness, a witness who correctly reported a crime that the sheriff admitted committing, and the idea that he'd have his lawyers going to a news agency and basically making fun of her and saying she's not credible because she's written a comic book is I think that's not decent, and it's not the right thing to do. And so I think that's why it's relevant to the conduct charge. It's
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Keith? Mr. Kopp will give you an opportunity to say something.
Well, last night after the testimony of Ms. Peralta-Haynes, I said some things about Ms. Madison's credibility out there to some reporters. So maybe that's going to be number 88 or 89 next in order. I mean, the mayor is out there permitted to make comments about his view of Sheriff Mirkarimi's actions, but we're supposed to fight with one hand behind our back? I don't think so. This isn't the playground here. So I think it's, well, I don't want to say what I really think about this, but I don't think that there's any way that this is relevant to what you've got to decide. And I think we are perfectly permitted to comment on credibility of witnesses. There's a credibility context here.
I would be inclined to sustain the objection to 87. Any dissenting view from my fellow commissioners? Okay, that will be excluded. Okay, moving along to Nancy Lemon. Unlike Ms. Lopez's declaration, you all were less successful in narrowing the scope of your disputes, unless I've misread it.
No, but I didn't mean to give you the impression that you're going to have to go through this paragraph by paragraph. We have an overarching relevance objection because, to repeat myself, we don't think that a domestic violence expert is needed to understand this situation and make a decision. I am aware from past comments that some of you have made that I'm probably in the minority here with that view, but I make it for our record. And so really, they agreed to take out those paragraphs that I alluded to, 185 to 190 inclusive. And so other than the overarching relevance objection, really the only outstanding point that's in dispute is the bullet point number 6, or VI, I guess.
Okay, well, I took your relevance objection seriously and actually went through this thing paragraph by paragraph to determine what I thought was relevant. I mean, should I have not done that? Are you saying that? I'm
very sorry. Our relevance objection is not to specific individualized paragraphs, but to the expert opinion.
I don't know what that means. Does that mean you're objecting on relevance, or you're not?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Here is my view of what should be stricken in light of the relevance objection. 64 to 75. 82 to 87. 95. 96. 128. 135. 139. 142. 146 to 150. And 152 to 184. So, Ms. Kaiser?
Okay.
You're welcome to
Okay.
address them.
I really thought I'm sorry. I thought I was directed to deal with the paragraph objections that opposing counsel was going to raise, and so I apologize that I'm going to be a little off the cuff, but I am happy to do this. I'm just less prepared than I would otherwise have been, and I apologize. All right, so 64 through 75 appears to be about the relationship between firearms and domestic violence, about batterers intervention programs, and about a prominent batterers intervention program in the San Francisco jail and the San Francisco Sheriff's Department. This is offered as background information, the same way that the preceding paragraphs to this point had been offered. There is a clear relationship, I think, between, and the expert believes, between firearms and domestic violence. There is an issue in dispute about the sheriff's relinquishment of his firearms when under a domestic violence protective order. It seems to me that this is relevant explanatory information about the significance that that issue may have. And it also seems to me that the sheriff is participating now in a batterers intervention program, and that the principles and importance of those programs are relevant in terms of the fact that his conviction and his sentence are the basis of one of the misconduct charges. And so the fact that he is under 3 years probation and is mandated to attend this sort of course makes this information relevant to understanding the components of his sentence that we believe are important to determining whether or not it's consistent with professional standards.
Okay. I thought that we had instructed you all to give us lemon testimony that speaks to the credibility of Ms. Lopez, because that was the basis for it in what it was, that Brown case. And that's what I understood we were going to rely on Ms. Lemon for. Whether or not someone who is legally authorized to have weapons as the sheriff of the county has them, I think to me is not particularly helpful or probative, and I'm not sure it'll be helpful to whatever additional bodies have to review this record. And I'm cognizant that this record is already huge, and I want it to be, I understand we've erred on the side of letting things in, but I think we do want to draw some line and limit this record to what truly is relevant, or at least reasonably related to relevant information.
Commissioner Hurd, does that mean that you're not intending on transmitting the full record of everything the parties have submitted?
No, the whole thing will go. The whole thing will go. But I expect that whoever reviews this will rely in part on what we've determined is relevant. So
I don't know.
Okay.
I assume that all of the decisions that you make will be taken as recommendations by the final decision makers. Does that mean they won't read the rest? I don't know.
I'm not really understanding your point, Ms. Kaiser.
Well, I guess I'm curious about the desire to limit a page number when all the pages are going anyway. So I'm trying to understand so that I can address, not to critique, but simply to address that concern, and to address it better, I need to understand it.
Ms. Liu?
Well, I think that what we're trying to do here is figure out what our factual findings are going to be based on. That's the point of determining what's relevant, not just what record is going up to the Board of Supervisors. It's, when we make factual findings, what are we relying on? And we're only going to rely on the evidence that we've admitted.
I understand that, yes.
So I think that's the point of all of these meetings we've been having to determine admissibility of evidence.
And we expect you to follow our rulings, and when you submit your findings of fact that have citations, we expect that you will be citing things that we deemed to be relevant, whether or not another body who reviews our work agrees or disagrees with that viewpoint.
Absolutely. I understand all of those concerns. I was simply wondering about the desire to shorten for the sake of shortening. That's all I was asking about. I completely understand the purpose for the rulings and the reason why they're important for the findings of fact and conclusions of law. May I address your point about credibility in the Brown case? Because, well, may I?
Do any commissioners have questions for Ms. Kaiser or comments about those paragraphs? Okay, please proceed.
Okay. You may remember that I ended our conversation last time saying, I hope you won't be mad at me if I come back and don't represent each person's views perfectly, because I'm hearing a panoply of views among the commissioners. I did hear you very clearly say, Commissioner Herr, and I did not ignore your focus on the credibility of the victim as the main point of this declaration. But I also heard Commissioner Liu say, isn't this important for us to determine what conduct constitutes an act of domestic violence? I heard her ask if it was important for helping the Commission determine whether Sheriff Mirkarimi pleaded guilty to a crime of domestic violence. Commissioner Studley was concerned that there be information about the nature of domestic violence and background about how to interpret certain elements or actions within the context of domestic violence. Commissioner Liu said that it was important, or that it may be important to the facts that are discussed may be important to understand how the behaviors may affect the domestic violence or why a witness would recant. Those were two separate things. Commissioner Rennie wanted to know whether the acts fit the definition of domestic violence as the expert describes it, whether or not it's the legal definition. So I heard many different views about why this might be relevant that included victim credibility, but also exceeded it. And that is why, in my view, and frankly, I addressed the objections that Mr. Kopp raised, which were to those limited paragraphs and to bullet point 6. And it was my view in the first place that given the panoply of reasons the commissioners said it might be relevant, that most of the declaration was relevant.
I thought you were going to address Brown.
Okay. Brown is indeed a case that talks about, in that case, in that setting, the expert declaration went to helping the court understand the reason why the victim would have recanted. But there are many other cases about using domestic violence experts, and they're not limited to victim credibility. If you would like me to bring in a series of case sites that show that it's really just the evidence code 801 analysis that can include any reason why an expert would have more knowledge that would be helpful to the finders of fact, then I'm happy to do that. And it's true that Brown did focus on that, but it didn't limit the inquiry to that.
And of all the things that you mentioned, I don't think paragraphs 64 to 75 go to that. My fellow commissioners' objections or concerns about Ms. Lemon's testimony. I mean, the paragraphs that talk about in which Ms. Lemon talks about the indications of domestic violence, the effect it has on victims, how victims react, are all prior to these paragraphs. So I would recommend that we strike 64 to 75. Are there dissenting views from?
No, I was actually just going to say that I had made a list and it was very similar to your list of the paragraphs to exclude, even based, given the concerns that I had before, I was still going to exclude pretty much all of the same paragraphs that you were talking about. So I completely agree with your approach.
Paragraphs 82 through 87.
What are the paragraphs? I'm sorry.
82 through 87.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what did you just strike? Just
64 to 75.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, what paragraphs are we discussing now?
82 to 87.
Thank you.
I agree that what happened with the guns has become relevant. It's not clear to me what an expert in domestic violence should be saying about them. The sheriff obviously was allowed by law to carry these guns, and her conclusions appear to be the types of conclusions that I wouldn't expect an expert in domestic violence to make. So that's why I agree with the relevance objection. Of course, Mr. Kopp, if I have that wrong, or if
Mr. Chairman, isn't paragraph 87 is really a different, it may be excluded, but certainly not, it doesn't necessarily relate to the guns in the previous paragraphs.
That is true. This appeared to me to be essentially legal conclusion.
I agree with you. It's probably excluded because it's a legal conclusion. Although I suppose expert witnesses are entitled to give legal conclusions even though they may be wrong.
Well, Ms. Lemon teaches domestic violence law and wrote the textbook on domestic violence law. And boy, if there's anything she's qualified to opine on, it's what domestic violence law is. I mean, you may feel that you don't need the help, but she's certainly qualified, I believe, to offer that opinion.
Any objection from the commissioners to striking 82 to 87?
I would keep 87 in.
Any other views? I could live with that.
I would agree with that.
Okay, so 82 to 86 would be stricken. Mr. Kopp, I'm tired of carrying your relevance objection that I apparently took more seriously than you did.
Well, what am I don't.
So
you've heard my view.
I'm going to let you.
Well, I'll focus on the paragraphs that you've already raised, unless you want me to go through them.
No, just the ones I raised. Would be good.
So we're at 95. Yeah. I think much of this was already stricken in the various declarations. Maybe it was out of Ms. Madison's declaration. I think the determination was already made that this was not relevant.
Right. We did strike that.
Ms. Kaiser?
Well, I think I gave you case law last time explaining that our expert can rely on hearsay, which I believe was actually one of the bases and perhaps the sole basis. I don't remember perfectly for striking this information last time. But it's relevant for the same reasons that the Flores testimony is relevant. It's relevant because it goes to understanding the likelihood of whether it was a more severe incident on December 31st, including all the factual aspects of the incident, or whether it wasn't. You heard Ms. Peralta Haynes testify yesterday that in her opinion the incident must have been less significant because there were no indications of economic abuse or emotional abuse or verbal abuse. And here is our expert looking at other statements that she considers reliable, that she believes are evidence that it is more likely that this is domestic violence that is more severe. That's the relevance.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Kaiser? This does rely on paragraphs that were stricken from Ms. Madison's declaration, which is why I recommend that we strike it from the Lemon Declaration. Is there any dissenting view from my fellow commissioners? Okay, 96, I think is the same, basically the same.
Yes.
So I would strike 96 too for that same reason.
May I speak to just that one point, which is, as a matter of law, there is not a problem with the expert relying on evidence that was proffered but not admitted. An expert may rely on other things beyond admitted evidence.
But it's not very helpful to us if she relies on evidence which we specifically said is not relevant or helpful to us. So I would strike 96. 128.
It's the same issue. This was all stricken.
Ms. Kaiser?
You made those relevance determinations to the extent they were relevance rather than hearsay determinations before you had the benefit of this expert explanation of why these facts or assertions are indeed relevant to an analysis of the events on December 31st. It may be that that didn't change your mind, but the mere fact that you struck them before doesn't mean that you still must strike them now.
Well, but Ms. Kaiser, don't we have to accept that the facts set forth in paragraph 128 are true, and we have no evidence that supports that, that they are in fact true?
You are entitled, as the fact finder, to make a determination of whether or not you believe that it is reasonable of the expert to rely on these reports. It doesn't, the fact that she relies on them does not make the evidence true if you admit her report. It's still within your judgment to decide what weight to give things after you see her analysis and the reason why she includes it.
Well, the difficulty I'm having with that argument is it's one thing to say an expert can rely on hearsay, can rely on other materials, but where there is no evidence in the record, and the expert says these facts, and if these facts are not true, then we could, I suppose, you want us to reject the expert just because that paragraph, it seems to me it's a backdoor way of putting in things that are not in the record.
I find you're seeing my hands raised in sort of difficulty, I guess, because the law does allow an expert to use their own expert judgment and experience to decide what is the proper basis of their own expert opinion. Now, in the judicial context, right, when judges make legal determinations or juries make legal determinations, we have all sorts of rules about what it's appropriate to rely on. One of the rules we have, though, is that experts are special. Experts use their own judgment about, in terms of their own field, even if this isn't something a judge would necessarily say, oh yes, this is a proper basis for my decision. An expert uses their own discipline to determine this makes sense when we're doing our analysis. And I think that what you're seeing is that in the context of a domestic violence expert, there's a almost required reliance on hearsay where, particularly in proceedings like this, the story that started here may change, and there may be reasons for that.
But we ruled that these factual statements were irrelevant to the issue that we've got to decide. And so therefore, I mean, I just can't conceive, I mean, I've tried a lot of cases, and I can't conceive of a judge saying, I've decided that these facts are irrelevant to the issue I've got to decide, and then some expert can come in and say, I relied on these facts informing my opinion that you should reach X. I mean,
Commissioner Studley?
the way I'm looking at it, we decided that it was not relevant to our findings whether what was in the Mertens Declaration, as referred to here, was relevant to what we were doing. Whether, I'll just refer to the things in this, the names on a bank account or where the child slept were not elements that were going to relate to what we have to find. But we may feel that we have to make a judgment about the nature and consequences of domestic violence or what was going on in this situation. So I feel as though I could come to a different conclusion about whether I wanted that in, whether it was relevant as a factual matter in the context of the Mertens Declaration, but come to a different result here about whether I want to understand what goes on in domestic violence and how that might affect the victim or alleged victims. I'm not going to get into that issue. Whether that might affect the nature of the testimony by the individual about what went on. In short, I would be with Ms. Kaiser on that.
But Commissioner Studley, the thing is that Mr. Kopp.
Use your microphone, Commissioner Rennie. Microphone.
Microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Kopp, if this evidence were to come in as part of your expert, he would have a right to try and prove that those facts are untrue, to undercut your expert. Right? So that I guess another reason why I'm reluctant to join Commissioner Studley in letting it in is to say, I don't want to open up this hearing to all these peripheral issues that we've decided are not relevant to what we have to decide. And in order to, so that if your expert is going to rely on this information, Mr. Kopp, I think legitimately could say to us, well, Commissioners, you've got to give me a chance to show that those facts are untrue.
And I would respond that he did have that opportunity. He had that opportunity. He has the opportunity and forewent the opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Lemon and make those points regardless of your ruling. He knew that that was a possibility, that you might decide that it was relevant in terms of how the expert reached her conclusion, and decided that he didn't want to cross-examine her even then.
It would be difficult, I think, for your opponent to anticipate cross-examining on a subject that we excluded. I'm with Commissioner Rennie here. I think the whole point of Dr. Lemon is to help us, the fact finder, determine whether there was official misconduct. And if the facts on which that expert relies are not facts that we deem relevant, I think it's difficult to find those paragraphs. It would be inconsistent, I think, for us to find those paragraphs helpful in our determination if we thought the underlying facts were not.
Well, and it's possible that what the understanding that I need is in her more general description of the nature and elements of domestic violence, and if it troubles the rest of you on that, I will, A, I may be in the minority, and B, I'm not trying to prove that these things are true, and I don't think she is either. She's saying if we thought these things were going on, then it would fit into a certain pattern. But I understand what you're saying.
Okay. And I do think it is addressed extensively in the rest of her declaration. Okay, 135.
What was our ruling on 128?
That it would be stricken.
I'd like to remind the Commission that even Mr. Kopp said at a prior point when you were making evidentiary rulings about fact witnesses that information did not need to be admitted into evidence for an expert to rely on it, that that was a separate question. And I think as a matter of law, that is simply the case. But I will not belabor the issue.
Mr. Kopp, 135.
Well, I think, and honestly, I don't have the Williams declaration before me with the portions that were struck, so I'm not sure if part of this was not in evidence, but I don't have any particular comments on this paragraph.
I think what I thought was the relevance problem was that we struck paragraph 4. I actually think that the first two sentences relying on paragraph 3 might be okay. Ms. Kaiser, do you have a response with respect to paragraph 135?
I mean, I guess I would say that even the part you want to strike is consistent with what Ms. Lopez was just testifying to about the ease with which sound traveled, but I don't have strong feelings about it.
Okay. I would recommend we strike lines 23 through 25 of paragraph 135. Is there any dissenting view from the commissioners?
No.
$139.
Go ahead.
This is actually what we just agreed to with the prior inconsistent statement.
Ms. Kaiser?
I don't think that Mr. Kopp has an objection because this is actually the portion of the Williams Declaration that was just readmitted by agreement of counsel.
Great. Okay. 139 is in. $142 relies on paragraph 13. Is that in by stipulation also?
Was that admitted in the?
It wasn't previously. I don't know whether that was part of your stipulation.
No, that's not part of the stipulation.
Okay. Ms. Kaiser, I'll grant you your standing objection on evidence being unadmitted. Okay. Is there any objection from the commissioners to excluding 142, which relies on paragraph 13 of Williams, which was excluded from evidence? Okay, that will be excluded. I think I said 146 to 150, but I think in light of us having admitted Flores, that those probably should come in. Ms. Kaiser, I trust you agree?
Yes.
Mr. Kopp?
I will submit. I don't have any argument on that.
Okay, I do not think we should strike 146 to 150 unless there's a dissenting view from commissioners. Okay, I also had I had 152 to 184, which I know is a big chunk. And again, this seemed to relate more to events that occurred after what we're concerned about, but I opened it up for argument from Mr. Kopp and Ms. Kaiser, and also from my fellow commissioners to express their views.
Well, my only comment is that this goes along with my objection to that bullet point that still I don't think has been ruled upon, is Sheriff Mirkarimi's post December 31st to January 13th statements, or January 4th statements. I just don't see the relevance.
I'd like to address the two portions that are encompassed here separately.
Okay.
The first one is Ms. Lopez's statements to the media, although not 151. 152 through 157, it's true that these are comments that are made after the fact, but so is this testimony that you just heard today. And it goes to the victim's credibility and signs that she is recanting, and typical signs of how she's describing things that suggest that the testimony you heard today was a recantation rather than finally getting to the truth. So I think that this is relevant for the direct point in Brown, the core relevant point, actually.
I find that compelling.
Okay.
I would overrule that.
Okay.
Objection. Wait, hold on. Views from the other commissioners? Any dissenting view? I think it's tangential, but it's along those same lines. So, okay.
You're talking about 151 to 157?
Right.
Okay, yeah, I would
Yeah.
agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in terms of the next batch through 158 through 180, this goes directly to what Commissioner Liu was talking about last time, about whether or not these indications that Sheriff Mirkarimi is an unreformed batterer at this point, has not fully rehabilitated himself, if indeed he was a batterer in the first place. This is important, and it's relevant as rebuttal evidence more than anything else at this point, because you heard the sheriff come in and testify after you gave me these instructions. You heard him come in and testify that there's a new professional standard that he can help set as a chief law enforcement officer by modeling the power of personal redemption. And frankly, that may be true. That may be a valuable standard that a chief law enforcement officer could model. We don't dispute that. What we do dispute is whether or not he is ready to model it. Now, I agree. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, what does that have to do with whether he committed official misconduct in the first place? And maybe it has nothing to do with it. I mean, I think it's a bit of a jury nullification defense. Like, I did it, but I'm better now. But if you're going to entertain that line of thought and that line of argument or be sympathetic to it, then I think that this evidence needs to come in.
Commissioner Liu.
So, Ms. Kaiser, so what I wanted to say for the record is that I did talk about these paragraphs at the last meeting when we discussed Dr. Lemon's declaration, but what I actually said was I did not think that it was relevant for us to determine whether Sheriff Mirkarimi's actions after the incident were actions consistent with that of an unreformed batterer. I don't think that we're here to determine whether he's acting like an unreformed batterer, and we're only here to determine whether the conduct that what conduct took place, and whether that conduct, whether those actions rose to the level of official misconduct. So I want to make the record clear that that was my position and still is.
Then you're right. I should address that. I got a little in love with my own rebuttal argument for a moment there, which I do think is a good argument. But to go back to your point, I think that it's relevant in the same sense that some of the other evidence that you are striking is relevant. It goes to the likelihood, again, that this is a true domestic violence relationship. His conduct before the event is relevant to trying to figure that out, and his conduct and statements after the event are also relevant to trying to figure that out. It's the same rationale. It's just, a different period in time.
And Ms. Kaiser, I can certainly assure you that to me, whether or not he is reformed, those arguments, you are correct that I think they're irrelevant. So, yeah, maybe that might assuage your fears as to whether this is going to help us or not, at least in my view.
I would ask then that testimony, and I'm happy to identify it, that it be stricken. Because if it stays in the record but my rebuttal evidence is excluded, a different decision maker could come to a different conclusion.
I think did you object to it at the time?
No.
Then it's in. Any dissenting views from my fellow commissioners as to 158 to 184?
Well, actually, I guess 159, that evidence has already come in. The content of 159 about the inauguration speech.
Okay,
So
that's true.
We should be consistent.
Okay, thank you. I think that's right. And I definitely welcome being corrected. So if there are others I've missed.
I believe that the apology to Ms. Madison in court is also already in.
That's true.
That's in paragraph 161. And 162 is also already in as an exhibit. .163 is the same. Is 164 the basis for that in?
Okay. So we've got 115. You've identified 161, 162, 163.
Yes, and 159, I don't know if we've already...
Yep, 159.
You were done with that.
Mm-hmm.
So then 158 is out, 160 is out, and then we go to 164 is out. I'm not actually trying to strike my own testimony here, but I'm just trying to keep track of what I'm
Okay.
hearing.
I mean, if there are others where you find, I mean, yes, if there are others as you're going through them where you feel we've already relied on the testimony, I think we should reconsider that.
Well, 166 is a prior inconsistent statement because it's inconsistent with Sheriff Mirkarimi's testimony that he was seeking couples counseling.
I'd be inclined to exclude that. I think using an expert as rebuttal testimony, I don't think is going to be helpful to us.
It's my way of saying, it seems to me that the commission is concerned about the opinion being based on admissible evidence, and that is admissible evidence because it's a prior inconsistent statement. None of the expert's opinion is being offered as fact evidence. It's being offered as an opinion about the situation based on the indicators that the expert considers reliable. So I'm not saying that, just like all the rest of it, this is not being offered as factual evidence. It's being offered as the basis of an opinion, and it is a basis of an opinion that is founded on admissible evidence in this proceeding.
Is the March 19th press conference in evidence? Ms. Kaiser?
Well, that's a good question. You're talking about 164 and 165?
Yeah.
My understanding is that it is not.
Okay. I mean, you cross-examined him. Did you use it with him?
Oh, we did not.
Okay. I think that should stay out. Are there any other paragraphs where Ms. Lemon is relying on admitted evidence?
When you say so that should be out, do you mean 164 and 165, or are you speaking to 166?
166 too.
Okay.
Is there a dissenting view from the commission?
I'm sorry, could I have one? Paragraph 184 relies on Sheriff Mirkarimi's declaration.
That's a good point. I think that should be in. Okay, so I know that was terribly confusing for our
No, I
tap.
think.
Mr. Embledge has gotten it.
Wait.
We're lucky to have him.
I'm sorry.
I figured when you said 184 and 184 is the last paragraph, that meant that
In terms of this,
you had covered all of them.
these are the
But he was
five.
doing 152 to 180.
Oh, no, it was to 180. Oh, no, you're right.
We're confused. Could
The
we
objection was
just
only
clarify?
through 180, and I was skipping ahead to 184.
I'm sorry?
The range we were looking at ended actually at I think at 180. So we're past the range, or did it end higher? Okay.
184.
My understanding was that you said 152 to 180 and 184? Was
No.
that incorrect?
No. It's 152 to 1.
Okay.
I think we're at 158
Okay.
to 184.
Okay.
But then there were interim ones where we admitted 159. Mr. Embledge, maybe I should defer to you.
Strike 58, 160, and 164 to 183. So leaving in 159, 161, 162, 163, and 184.
That sounds right. Okay. Mr. Kopp, you had an objection to bullet point 7 on page 3.
Yes.
Okay. What's your
No,
argument?
7, they accepted it, so
Oh.
that should go out.
Okay. I'm sorry. 6.
And relevance, I don't think I can really expand further than I have.
Ms. Kaiser?
I can't expand further on that point either, but I did want to make clear for the record that the fact that we agreed to remove some portions of the Lemon Declaration did not mean that we agreed with the objection. We were simply trying to implement the Commission's rulings. So to the extent that we stipulated with Mr. Kopp, we did so at your direction, not out of our voluntary sense that it was irrelevant or unfounded.
Okay. Does the Commission have a view as to bullet point 6?
That's the statement about the unreformed batter, the opinion about the unreformed batter. I don't think it's relevant to what we're tasked to do here. So I would be inclined to exclude it.
I would agree with that. Any dissenting view? Did any of the commissioners, there were a number of paragraphs that I reviewed and thought were relevant and should be in, so I only identified the ones that I thought were not. Did any other commissioners have different paragraphs that they thought should be excluded that we have not addressed, that you'd like to address? Okay. So, we will, of course, issue our usual summary that will have these objections identified and give the parties an opportunity to.
If I may just sort of put an asterisk up there, we were moving pretty quickly through a fairly large amount of text, and I would like the ability to bring something to the Commission's attention if I made a mistake based on the hastiness, based on, for example, whether there was something in evidence that I didn't spot.
Are you arguing the sheriff's request for rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I was going to say you could maybe do it during that, but I understand you will be occupied. I have no objection to that if by the next meeting you find something that you missed.
Thank you.
Any dissenting view? Okay. Okay. Mr. Kopp or Mr. Wagner, the sheriff's request for impeachment testimony?
Well, I hope that I communicated our concerns adequately in the written request. It's my view that if we were not permitted the chance to subpoena these witnesses that might be able to show that the mayor did not testify truthfully under oath, I think that there is going to be a cloud, for lack of a better term, over the entire proceedings, and not just here and going to the board. I mean, when the mayor has stated his belief under oath that he had a civic duty to do this, and he's doing this for no other purpose. If that's the case, there should be no need for false testimony. If there was false testimony, that raises a big question, in my view, about what are the true motivations behind the bringing of these official charges of misconduct. And I don't think it solves the problem to say this is impeachment on a collateral issue. I mean, the mayor has said on numerous occasions that he's doing this because he thinks it's the right thing to do, and that we have these high standards of official misconduct, and the sheriff has fallen below them. I think everybody could agree that testifying truthfully under oath that's what we expect of public officials, and if you don't do that, that falls below those very same standards of good conduct. And if the mayor fell below here, we ought to be able to show that.
Ms. Kaiser?
I think this is just an invitation to a sideshow. I think you've noticed that one of the sheriff's defenses has been pointing fingers at the mayor. But if you look at it, I mean, that may be a good strategy with the public. But as a legal matter, if you look at it analytically, it really doesn't matter, frankly, what the mayor's motivations were. The charter cares whether the official committed official misconduct. The charging authority is the mayor, but the way to test the allegations of official misconduct is with this hearing. It's with the witnesses, it's with the evidence. The charter doesn't care if the mayor was hasty. The charter doesn't care if the mayor's best friends are bitter enemies with the person charged. And in fact, it doesn't matter, as a matter of law, whether or not the charging official was dishonest in some way, because the test of the truth isn't with the intention of the charging authority. The test of the truth is this hearing. So I think that the reason the mayor's testimony was relevant is because it showed his interpretation of what official misconduct meant under the charter that he was charged to implement. But whether he did it well or poorly, truthfully or falsely, that's for you to determine with this hearing, not by bringing collateral witnesses to argue about whether the mayor testified truthfully. Now, I would be doing my client a huge disservice if I did not tell you straight out that I believe if we had this hearing, it would be quite apparent that the mayor did testify truthfully. So far, we only have, a war of media articles, and the only people saying the mayor testified untruthfully are the people who have no knowledge. The people who do have knowledge confirm what the mayor testified to. This is a tempest in a teapot. It's an attempt to distract. It's completely irrelevant. It would be a huge waste of time. But, it's certainly within the commission's discretion to conduct this further mini-trial.
Questions for Ms. Kaiser or Mr. Kopp?
Comment, but not questions.
Okay. Please, your comments.
Whenever. My view on this one is that the very purpose of the Ethics Commission is our role here is to take, and why the voters created this multi-step process is to take this out of the realm of motivation in politics and put the five of us to interpose us between two entities who are by their nature political. And I didn't need to hear anything from the mayor. It is before us. As I mentioned to the public when they said, why don't you just drop this? You're wasting time and money, was that the voters said, we have to do this. And I think the reason that we have to do this is for the very reasons that you've just heard, is so that we can independently, regardless of how it got here, make the determinations that they build the record and make a recommendation, and then it goes to another political body with an extremely high standard, just because the voters were looking for us to be, I don't have the perfect word, a bridge, a separation, and as independent as they could find body to do this. So I do not think we need to inquire into any of that.
I agree with you, Commissioner Studley, but I do want to say one thing. I consider very seriously any allegation that someone came before us and did not testify truthfully.
Absolutely.
This does not work unless we have truthful testimony by people who are sworn under penalty of perjury. So I'm not diminishing in any way the seriousness of a perjury allegation. The other thing is that the Ethics Commission could not adjudicate perjury. That is a matter for the DA. It's a criminal action and not something that we could decide. What's relevant to us is whether or not the testimony would help us decide whether official misconduct occurred. And in my view, the issue is too collateral for it to merit additional testimony in light of all the time we have spent on this, our efforts to get a record that is complete but also is as free as possible from issues that really are not material to our determination of official misconduct.
I appreciate that, what you said about perjury and the need for people to take their oath here completely seriously. I didn't mean to minimize any of that, so I appreciate your saying that, and I agree.
Well, I don't want to cut off any of the commissioners if they want to say something, but I'd appreciate it if the DA wasn't out there saying, well, I'm going to let the Ethics Commission deal with it, because that's been, and I know that's on the record, but I read the papers and I saw what he said. So I agree with you that you could not make a finding that a criminal offense occurred, true, but you could make a factual determination about whether or not a witness testified falsely under oath. And in my view, that could impact your decision on whether or not you ought to make a recommendation to the board for removal.
Mr. Kopp, had you objected to the mayor's declaration, I would have been inclined to sustain it. I mean, he only testified because he put in a declaration, and you agreed to cross-examine him, and I'm not going to, I mean, it may have been very effective, but it's just because he testified about it doesn't mean that it's material to our decision about whether your client committed official misconduct.
See, the reason why I disagree with that opinion is essentially the mayor is the prosecutor here. He's the chief accuser. In any other context, in a criminal context, when the accuser is biased, when the person bringing the charges, for example, a DA, a city attorney, an attorney general, if they are biased, that bias can be elicited and they can be recused from further prosecution in the case. We don't have that remedy here. Our remedy is to try to expose it if it exists, and there's no other way for us to do this.
I certainly understand your position. I guess I just don't think that even if it is shown that he was, even if your proffer is correct, I'm just finding it hard to determine, hard to see how that would be something material to our decision about official misconduct. But I hear your arguments. Any questions or further comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Liu.
Well, I mean, I do recognize that determining credibility is paramount and fundamental to this contested evidentiary proceeding. But I also recognize another fundamental principle is that impeachment shouldn't be allowed when it's aimed at discrediting testimony that is just not material to what we have to decide. And so I am having a hard time seeing how either issue, whether the mayor asked a supervisor her opinion of, how he should handle Sheriff Mirkarimi's position, or number two, the issue of whether the mayor authorized offering Sheriff Mirkarimi a lower ranking position. I have a hard time seeing how either of these issues tend to prove or disprove whether the sheriff engaged in acts on December 31st that would rise to the level of official misconduct. So I am also inclined to agree with my colleagues, the chair and Commissioner Studley, in not allowing for additional witnesses to testify and to prolong this hearing on collateral matters.
No, I don't know if you want a response or not, but I could respond if you want a response.
Commissioner Liu, I'll leave it to you.
No, not really.
Commissioner Rennie?
Let me also, I went back and took a look at the transcript, the portions of the transcript where the questions, the two questions that are at issue were raised, and there were objections to their admissibility as being immaterial. And I think we may have been too lax in letting it come in, because I share the view that's been expressed here that regardless of what the answer would be, and even if we took the testimony that you want to put in, I'm sure it isn't going to be clear-cut one way or the other based upon the stories that appear in the newspaper, denials, and it's not going to be clear-cut. But even if we did, it has nothing to do with whether or not there was a violation which constitutes official misconduct. It has nothing to do with that. It's a totally separate matter, and if you want to pursue it somewhere else, fine.
I'm going to yield one.
Mr. Wagner.
Thank you, Commissioners. I respectfully would disagree with that, and this is why. The mayor has argued that his suspension of the sheriff was discretionary. It was an exercise of his discretion. And respectfully, the phrase rise to the level of official misconduct, that implies that there's a definition, a clear definition of what official misconduct is or is not. However, that's not the case, and the mayor has conceded it's a discretionary decision. So there is no real definition of what is official misconduct. It's, as the mayor has cited several times, conduct that falls below a standard of decency, good faith, and right action. That is a discretionary, determining what fits into that, into those parameters or not, is a discretionary decision. So the mayor's discretion is at issue. You have to decide, did the mayor exercise his discretion in a reasonable manner when he suspended the sheriff? Is the mayor's idea of what he thinks is official misconduct, is that reasonable? Did he exercise his discretion reasonably? His credibility, his truthfulness go to whether or not he exercised his discretion in a reasonable manner. So that, and if the shoe were on the other foot, if the mayor had alleged that the sheriff was not truthful, as he has, they brought forward proffered Flores's transcripts. You allowed that in, allowed many other kinds of impeachment evidence in against the sheriff. Now there's credible evidence that the mayor was not truthful as to who he talked to about the suspension, about the alleged official misconduct. All of that goes to his discretion, the exercise of his discretion. So the claim that, contrary to Ms. Kaiser's claim, that it doesn't matter whether or not, effectively, whether or not the mayor perjured himself, Of course it matters to your determination. Of course it matters. Whether any witness comes before you and lies, that matters to whether or not you find official misconduct or make that recommendation. Again, it's about the mayor's exercise of his discretion and whether or not he was truthful. And as Mr. Cobb said, he's the charging official. If the charging official lies under oath, what does that say about this entire proceeding? And you determined that, well, we don't care. That's not relevant to whether or not what the sheriff did. Again, the definition is so broad. There's what can rise to the level of official misconduct? Well, what rises below it? We don't know. We don't know. Only the mayor knows. And
Mr.
that's
Wagner,
why
we need to try to determine that. I agree with you that it's confusing. However, with respect to the sheriff, I mean, the sheriff and the mayor are in different positions. The sheriff's testimony is clearly relevant to whether or not official misconduct occurred here. So we're talking about, in my mind, vastly different types of testimony. And frankly, the weight I give to the sheriff's testimony and efforts to impeach it are, in my mind, much more critical to whatever the mayor had to say, because even if the mayor had the worst motives to bring this before the sheriff, if the conduct does rise to the level of official misconduct, I think we're obligated under the charter to find official misconduct occurred. Whereas on the flip side, if he had the purest of motives, but the conduct does not rise to the level of official misconduct, it's totally irrelevant whether or not he thought he was doing the right thing at the time.
Well, I don't understand how you can determine what rises to the level or falls below the level of official misconduct without knowing, without some parameters of what that decision is, and that goes to the mayor's discretion.
I was with you right up to the part where you said it's going to be a hard decision. But the mayor's view, the mayor's individual view as he testified, not the legal view that will be put before us by the attorneys who stand in the prosecutorial role. Their view does matter, as does yours. But we are not here to evaluate the exercise of discretion. I just disagree with you completely on that. We are here to find a very specific question about whether this is official misconduct. That is not an easy question. I wish it were. But the mayor's motivation for bringing this charge is not on my mind, and I don't think will be part of our determination.
So is it then irrelevant whether or not the mayor lied under oath?
That is a separate question from the facts that we have to find about whether there was official misconduct. I think Commissioner Herb said it very well.
Yeah, I think I addressed that at the beginning. We take seriously any allegation that there was
Then why wouldn't you hear from witnesses, from testimony as to that issue?
Counsel,
if you're taking it seriously, why not hear from witnesses who could provide, who shed light on that?
Counsel, I think we've addressed this several times, and I don't think we need to address it again. Are there other comments from the commissioners on this issue? Okay, the request for impeachment testimony is denied. The last thing we need to talk about is what the commission needs in advance of August 16th so that we can make a recommendation to the board on that day. One thing that I think would be very helpful is a document that is findings of fact. And here's my idea, and I welcome input from everybody on this. The sheriff has identified the paragraphs that he disputes. That's paragraphs 6 through 8 of the charges, 19 through 24, 26, and 30. That was, do I have that correctly, Mr. Kopp? 6 through 8.
Actually, Mr. Wagner handled it.
19 through 24, 26, and 30. All of the other paragraphs are stipulated to, so I don't see any need to have factual findings on those. They are conceded as true as stated in the charges. Therefore, I think the focus of the parties should be on evidence that supports or does not support 6 through 8, 19 through 24, 26, and 30. Now, I'm guessing that you probably want to identify, especially the sheriff, would want to identify a few additional facts that he thinks have been established that are in favor of the defense. And I imagine the mayor may want to as well. So my thought is that each of you have 5 additional facts that you can identify and then put supporting evidence for. And my thought is then you submit that, you exchange so that the other side can put the citations to the record where that they think dispute that fact, or they can say they stipulate to that fact. Does that make sense? Or have we lost you?
I would have. I haven't yet had the opportunity, and I don't think Mr. Keith has either, to sit down and parse through the amended charges in those paragraphs. And so I'm concerned about agreeing to a number that, may turn out to be arbitrary or something that we can't work within.
Okay, well here's my concern. I mean, these are your charges. Presumably you put in there everything that you think we need to, if we found everything in your charges to be true that you think we should find that official misconduct occurred. So I am concerned, frankly, if there would be more than 5 additional facts that you would need in order to prove your case, given that you were the one who put forth these amended charges.
Well, 2 things.
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Secondly, you have to realize that we are not one judge. Okay, none of us can go back and make these decisions ourselves and then give you a document that provides you with the answers. We need to decide each of these facts, and it's just not going to be feasible for us to receive 40 different facts and try to decide each one of them. So it has to be limited.
I completely understand and agree with and share that concern. I'm not trying to create, a free-for-all by any means. But I guess I do want to let you know a few things from our perspective. One is we followed the charter's direction, which was unclear, frankly, that we needed to file written charges. It didn't say that it needed to be a particular kind, that it needed to be much more complete beyond notice pleading. And I can tell you for a fact, as the person who was doing it, that if that was the standard that applied, I was not aware of it.
But you filed a bill of particulars.
We filed more specific written charges setting out the different counts separately. We didn't, you understand what I'm saying. I can tell you what our understanding was and what we believe that we were guided by. We didn't understand if it was the case that there's a separate pleading standard that we needed to meet. It wasn't clear at that time. And I think that's understandable given the vagaries of the charter that we're all struggling with and the novelty of this procedure. So I just want to put, again, my little asterisk there to say that it is possible that there are key factual issues that we may want to address that you're not going to find already in a sentence.
Which is why I'm recommending that we give you 5 additional facts. Frankly, I'm also not particularly moved if you haven't studied the paragraphs that the sheriff identified, because you were included on this, and I mean, your lack of preparation is not particularly moving. So, is that acceptable? 5 additional facts?
That's fine. Yeah. And Commissioners, I would add this. Each of the counts has one paragraph that basically summarizes, and here's what you should draw from these other facts. And I think that I certainly wouldn't want to lose the opportunity to have those paragraphs be part of our proposed findings. I know the other side didn't identify them. I'm positive they dispute them. But I would certainly want those, I would want the leeway to be able to sort of have a summing up factual finding paragraph as to each of the counts. Though those hadn't been identified as disputed, it seems like it might be helpful.
Any objection from the sheriff?
No.
Okay. I think that's fine. Okay, the other thing that I think would be helpful, and I have created a visual because it was so confusing, I couldn't think of any other way to try to explain it. Mr. Imlich, can I give this to you? Yes, for the overhead. And I've got copies for you all. Okay, thank you.
Put the overhead on.
Okay, here's my problem, and you can focus just on the top part. Can you see the colors there? The 1 and the 2 are in red.
Yes.
To me, this provision is susceptible to 2 primary interpretations. What I've called option 1 is one that I think was identified in the mayor's amended charges. But the idea would be that wrongful conduct following 1 and conduct that falls below, which follows number 2, would modify official misconduct means. In my mind, the import of, if we were to read it this way, then number 2 has little, if any, relationship to the official's, the duties of the official. Do you all understand why I would think that?
Yeah, I mean, there may be a nexus there, but it's not based on the official's
Right.
duties. Yes.
Right. Okay. So then if you could put option 2 up. The other way of reading this is if 1 and 2 modify that first part of the paragraph that ends with including. Now, under that reading, conduct that falls below the standard of decency, good faith, and right action would have to relate to the duties of the office. Obviously, the red is in the colon, or what I put in. Those weren't there in the original text. So something that certainly would help me is briefing on which one of these is the right way to read this provision.
I just want to thank you for bringing that forward as clearly as you did. I've been struggling with the same question since I read the charter provision. So I think that is a very critical issue and would appreciate briefing on it as well.
Do the parties follow
Yes.
this?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Okay.
fine with us. I think
And Mr. Kopp, if you're going to say you briefed it, you didn't. Not this. I went back and checked. I need to know why. I mean, I assume you're going to think option 2 is right, but I need to know why. Not just with sort of vague sort of assertions of, you know, what you think is the right thing, but I want it parsed, and I want to know why you think your view makes the most sense, because there's not a lot of precedent out there for us to decide it. And same for the mayor. I assume you think option 1 is right, and I want as clear as you can, whatever precedent you can find, to help us figure out whether option 1 or option 2 is the right way to go.
We'll do it. I mean, the fact that you have to ask the question, in our view, means you have to construe it in the light that's most favorable to the sheriff, to the accused. But we'll brief it.
And you can make that argument. I understand. Okay. Beyond that, I think I would be open if you wanted to argue other issues in briefing, but to me that is the primary one. How many pages do you think you need to make that point?
That particular point?
Yes.
10 or less.
10, does that sound?
You simply want the abstract legal briefing. You don't want any sort of application of the facts of the case?
I don't think that is going, I mean, I don't think, well, okay. Here was what else I was envisioning on the 16th. I think it would be helpful if we had 30-minute, excuse me, 30 to 45-minute closing arguments from you all to tie the evidence together for us. So in the briefing, I don't really think we need to see it. If you want to brief it, I guess I wouldn't object if you all agree. But what I think I need briefing on is this issue, option 1 or option 2. Are there other issues the commissioners would like briefing on? Commissioner Liu.
Not other issues, but I would be interested in 2 particular points on this same issue. If you could brief any legislative history on that charter amended that included the second prong, that I'd really be interested in seeing, and then brief the issue that was raised in the prior Mazzola case under the previous charter, and whether you think that which way that cuts for you all on which option.
What do you mean by the issue raised in Mazzola? Because the parties have very different views of what that case is even about.
Well, I think because in the Mazzola case, it does adopt, I mean, it takes one of these standards. I think the charter adopts the standard that was in the Mazzola case, at least to the first prong. And so I would like briefing on which way that would cut.
I honestly, the mayor doesn't necessarily agree with you about that, because the Mazzola case cites a number of different legal authorities in searching for its summary description of official misconduct that it needs in the case before it. And the charter language comes from one of the authorities that Mazzola looked at. It's not a holding in Mazzola. And so
that's the issue I'm struggling with. So that's
Okay.
what I would like briefing on, is all I'm saying.
So
Okay.
I would address Mazzola and how Mazzola impacts whether option 1 or option 2.
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely.
Applies.
I wanted to make sure I hit the right point.
Okay. Anything else from the commissioners? Okay, so 15 pages, is that?
For the whole brief?
Yeah.
No. I mean, there are additional issues that I believe are important to put before the commission, and we've never had an opportunity to brief our understanding of the elements of the case, even if, sort of, regardless of whether you split it into option 1 or option 2, there are elements within the A or the B that I would like to be able to brief and put before the commission. I don't think it's clear, as I said last time, what the duties of office are, right? So to say that the duties of office applies to both doesn't help us determine what you can properly consider to be the duties of office. So I'd like to be able to address issues like that.
So what does that mean? How many pages do you want?
I would like to be able to submit up to 30 pages. I will not waste them. If I don't need them, I won't use them. But I think it's more efficient to be able to raise the issues than to have to come back and ask your permission and explain why the issues merit the extra pages.
Is there an objection from the sheriff?
Yes.
you can be heard.
Well, I mean, the mere fact that you need to do all this work to justify the case, I think speaks volumes. I think, if you want to give them more than 10 pages, 15 should be sufficient. I know that we can do it in 15.
The opening brief was 27 pages long.
Commissioners?
Well, I don't have any strong feelings about limiting either parties. If they want to waste more paper because they think we need more education, I'm happy to get it. So I would not strongly urge a page limitation, but obviously our time is limited.
I'm actually probably closer to Commissioner Rennie on this. If it helps to lay it out and be clear about it, that's preferable to me than trying to sort of have a guide as we also hear closing argument. Were the bids 15 and 30?
It appears.
So
they
perhaps you might like to offer a number somewhere in between. We don't get to do much of that.
That's true. Any other views from the commissioners? Okay. In light of that, I would say 25. We'll do it. Leave it at 25. As long as you brief the legal issues we've discussed. If you think it would be helpful for us to have other application of law to facts, I think that's fine. You probably could do that within 25 pages. I want to talk about timing. The one thing I definitely want is an exchange of your respective findings of fact so that you have a column for sort of your rebuttal position. I probably should have made another visual for what I wanted this to look like. But if you can imagine a column of fact that has just verbatim the fact that is in the charge, and then your 5 additional facts. Column 2, the evidence that you're relying upon, and then a blank column 3 for the other side to put in either that they agree or they disagree and the citations for the competing evidence. Does that make sense? It's kind of like a summary judgment motion.
Mm-hmm.
And so whatever we do with the schedule, I want to give you guys an opportunity to exchange those in soft copy format so that what we get is one document that has all of the facts and the parties' respective views in columnar format. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay, so when can you have those done, and when can you exchange them so that we have them by at least August 10th?
But I think yours are going to be longer than ours. So I think you tell me when you guys want.
Yes. Yeah. Do you think we
Can I?
rebuttal brief?
1 second. I think it's a. Commissioners, can I just need to step out for half a minute. I'll be right back. Maybe.
Okay.
August 6th. August 6th. And we'll just get them in by August 10th. Okay. We can exchange on August 6th.
You can exchange on August 6th, and we will have the document on August 10th,
Okay.
and we'll have both briefs on August 10th as well.
Okay.
And if you could submit it to Mr. Embledge, both in PDF and soft copy, that would be great.
On
the 10th.
On the findings or the briefs?
I'm sorry, the findings, not the
findings.
briefs.
Okay.
Thank you. And so what we hope to hear on the 16th is essentially your closing argument and whatever response you have to the brief that you all exchanged on the 10th. Make sense?
Yes.
So do you envision for closing argument, I mean, there's a whole set of the facts of what happened, right? I mean, the more traditional trial closing argument, but
Yeah.
then there's kind of the law, which is more like an appellate argument. Do you guys have does the commission have any preference for whether they want to handle those two issues separately?
It's a good point. I hadn't envisioned them being treated separately. I had not envisioned them being treated separately. So I would say you treat them together. You argue your points together. I would I guess here's what I'd say. I would focus on the facts. And I understand it's hard because there are two different standards you would have to be applying it to. But I think there will be opportunity for us to ask you specific questions about the law, and we'll have your briefing. So I guess I leave it up to you. My personal opinion, probably a little bit weighed more heavily to the facts, but I'll leave it to you all.
So it would be a format where we deliver our closing argument on both, and then there'd be follow-up questioning, and would the follow-up questioning be on the facts as well as the law? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Sometime during the day, I guarantee you will get follow-up questioning on both.
Okay.
Mr. Keith, you're the plaintiff, you're the claimant. I'm not exactly sure what you are, but you're going first. So if you want to reserve a little bit of time for rebuttal at the end, that's okay with me.
We'll know by August 16th.
Okay. Good. Anything? Does that plan sound acceptable to the commission? Okay, great. Anything else from the parties?
No.
Okay, then the meeting is adjourned. Did I forget something?
Adopting the interim rulings from yesterday.